Good evening. Are you ready? Yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Monday, October 18th, meeting of the Barrington Select Board. If I could have everyone please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If I could have everyone provide a roll call for attendance purposes.
Daniel, yeah, 3:34, we'll call it template. And I did get my second shot today, so I might feel off a little bit, so.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Dan Mantrick, 353 Scruton Pond Road.
George Bailey, Chesley Drive.
Jim Sakosha, 21 James Henry Drive.
Andrew Knapp, 96 Lindsay Point Road. Viewing the agenda, is there anything anyone would like to add and or amend on the agenda? Hearing nothing, motion to approve the agenda as drafted.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call.
All right.
Mantrick, aye.
Bailey, aye.
Sakosha.
Knapp, aye. Right. I'll start with the public hearing for the sale of map 103-49 pursuant to RSA 4114A. Submit to public comment. Select person there.
All the above as through the conservation and the town lands committee for review.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Motion to approve.
Open for public comment
sorry.
first. This time I'll open for public comment, the sale of map 103-49.
If
Either
anybody's
screen.
participating virtually, you can raise your hand and let us know if you'd like to comment or speak up. You have to press *6 to unmute yourself. We'll be moving through the rest of the hearing quickly, so raise your hand and let us know.
Hearing nothing, I will close the public hearing for the sale of map 103-49. At this time, does the board have anything they would like to discuss on the sale of map 101 or 111-10? Select person there, want to comment on it? You good with this? With
I made my general statement for all of them.
all of them? Okay, thank you.
Do we have to vote on these individually?
At the November 1st meeting.
Thank you.
Public hearings followed by.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, hearing no further board comments, I'll open the public hearing for map 111-10.
Nothing virtually.
I will close the public hearing for map 111-10. Does the board have anything that they would like to comment on for map 111-11? Hearing no comment, I'll open the public hearing for map 111-11. At this time, I will close the public hearing for map 111-11. Moving on to the sale of map 113-23. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, I will open the public hearing or the public comment section on the sale of map 113-23. At this time, I'll close the public hearing for the sale of map 113-23. Moving on, does the board have any questions or comments on the sale of map 113-34? Hearing nothing from the board, I will move on, open the public comment section for the sale of map 113-30. This time I'll close the public comment section for the sale of map 113-34. Board have anything they would like to comment on the sale of map 126-29? Hearing nothing, I will open up for public comment on the sale of 126 so far. Right, this time I'll close the public comment for the sale of 126-29. Does the board have anything they would like to comment on the sale of map 227-30? Nothing from the board. I will open the public comment for the sale of map 227-30.
Comments first.
At this time, I'll close the public hearing on the sale of map 227-30. There's one here for the purchase of map 248-1. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, do I, public, oh, you have to open a public hearing on the purchase. Yep. At this time, I'll open public hearing for the purchase of map 248-1. This time, I'll close the public hearing for the purchase of map 248-1. Moving back into the sales arena. Does the board have any comment for the sale of map 248-3? Nothing. I will open public comment for the sale of map 248-3.
Nothing coming through virtually, Mr. Chair.
This time I will close the public hearing for the sale of map 248-3. Any comments from the board for the sale of map 258-11? None. I will open the public hearing for the sale of map 258-11. And at this time, I will close the public hearing for the sale of map 258-11. We'll be voting on this, the sales of these properties and the purchase of one property at the November 1st meeting.
And I intend to put it on the consent agenda. Obviously, this has been a long process, lots of opportunity for information. And Mr. Chair, you made it in 10 minutes. Jim was a full 11.
I had 6:24 here. Ooh. Oh, okay.
From the start.
All right.
Yeah, 6:30.
Thank you. You might get home for the Red Sox.
The who?
Oh, your Yankees aren't playing anymore?
Want that knife back? Consent agenda.
I move we accept consent agenda.
Second,
Here, I.
Mantrick, aye.
Haley, aye.
Sakosha.
Nap aye. Appointments. Under appointments, we have the 2022 budget presentation for library, fire, EMS, ambulance, and cemetery, and then Andrew Milnickus for the planning. would anybody object to moving Andrew Milnikas to the front if he is?
No objection.
Does anyone have any, need a non-public for Andrew? Yes, select personnel.
There's some people here, it's on the agenda later on. I know we accepted, we went through the whole thing,
What are you specifically talking about?
Mumford Road. They're on the agenda later on.
Under new business.
I do have discussion into that, Mr. Chairman.
Because we're gonna be a good hour.
Item C under business.
I'm fine pausing this. What's the consensus of the board?
I would think that's wise.
Okay, with me.
Person Sakosha?
To accuse myself.
Okay. So we will pause the appointments.
I also recuse myself. I didn't realize, so I reread this. I'm gonna recuse myself on this piece.
So we will pause from appointments. And we are going to step forward under new business, to talk about the proposed road improvements. Class 6 road.
So the select board has, in my report, a listing of kind of the, why we're here, and out of the conceptual improvements. So local tax was before the planning board for the construction of a property at the corner of Bumford Road, which is a town class 6 road, and Route 125. And if you two have refused, you probably should step down from the board. So the project's currently before the planning board. They're in the conceptual phases with the Department of Transportation. So I think it's important to stress that the specific details may change through the process. So the select board, in making, giving an indication of their decision tonight, won't be approving any specific design. But before they continue farther down the process of considering the traffic pattern and because it is a town road, they need a blessing from the select board to make improvements to the class 6 road. And so that's kind of the first objective. And certainly let them get into the specifics of what they're proposing. Next, the select board will be asked to consider whether or not you'll want to require a bond for the improvements that are proposed. And also whether you'll want the town's engineers, CMA engineers, to do construction administration on the project at the applicant's cost, similar to what we would do with the planning board subdivision. But because this is a town road, not a new subdivision road, it would be separate than the planning board process. And finally, through conversations with myself, the building inspector, and road agent, suggested an alignment of Bumford Road, which actually constructs a section which is on private property. So it's not, you can see the curve of the road. The road is laid out currently. And so that would save some cost for the applicant, not you moving utility poles and whatnot. But the select board would have to consider if they were willing to accept a new layout there. And if you were willing to accept it, would you be interested in an easement or owning that road in fee? So those are kind of the high level considerations that the select board is looking to give the applicant tonight. And now, Mr. Chair, if you want some additional background and details, and proceed that way. But I think it's important to know that you're not making any final decisions tonight, just giving some direction for the process.
Turn it over to the
If I could
applicant.
share the screen, I'll show you bring up the concept.
Thanks. Is it the same one they sent me last week?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, I can put it up on my screen if you want. And the select board all does have printed copies also. I'll get it up on the screen so you can print it if you want.
Okay.
It should come up on your screen also.
So I'm Scott Frankowitz from New Hampshire Land Consultants. With me tonight is Dwayne and Dan from Unified Builders, who's going to be constructing the site for 2A Tactical. As Connor said, we submitted an application to the town planning board, went and got our application accepted at the last meeting. And this Bumford Road has always been in play in all different kinds of forms, but over the last couple of weeks, myself and Connor and the road agent and DOT and 2A kind of came up with this idea of realigning Bumford Road. As you know now, Bumford Road comes out, kind of splits into a Y. We submitted a DOT application back in July with that and the north access to the site, and this was a big red flag to them. They wanted a T intersection. They wanted to get rid of the Y. The property owner, Mr. Lindsay, didn't want to get rid of it, so we worked all together, tried to come up with the best solution. Best solution, of course, is a T intersection at that location for trucks entering and exiting. 2A Tactical, mainly this will be used for just deliveries. There'll still be car access, but most of it will come from the north access, which is another DOT permit, but that's a private one, so the town doesn't have to be involved with that one. The one at Bumford is the one that we have to talk with you guys about, and we'll put the application together. You guys have to review it and sign it before we submit it to DOT. I'm talking with Jim Hewitt on everything, and I'm waited till we came tonight to give him this layout. I've sent him some that look like this, but not this exact one. This isn't working with Steve Perna as well as our traffic engineer coming up with the best solution. So like Connor said, this corner right here is actually part of the property, and part of the road went over that already where Bumford Road used to be. But it was owned by Mr. Lindsay, this property, and it was not a factor. But now that we're going to realign it, hopefully we are providing an easement in this area for the road and the grading. It's 25, I put it 25 feet off the center line of the proposed road to the north, and then the rest of the triangle going to the south. And that's really the whole intersection, and I'm open to any questions.
Select person here.
I'm willing to make a multi-purpose motion on the board will accept it, but can I ask the applicant if they're willing to do something before I make a motion?
Yes.
I personally not really into easements, but if we waive the fees for a lot line adjustment, you sign that fine over to the town, are you willing to do that?
We'll have to talk with the applicant. The 2A Tactical, Rob or Russell about that. He wanted to propose an easement. He'd like to own it still, but we can talk to him. And if that's an option of waiving fees and doing a lot line adjustment, then we can talk to him about that.
I want to make a motion when it's time and if the board accepts it.
Okay. My general take on it is in anything that's a private road, we always require a bond, and I would want the same thing here. And also to have CMA, who is our engineer of record, reviewing it, doing a third-party review on it, just to make sure that it meets all of our specifications as we would with any private subdivision road. Again, the uniqueness of this being that it is already a town road.
You mean the construction aspect?
Construction.
Yeah, they'll do the design as part of the planning board review, but the
Right.
construction.
And I actually agree with Dan that I would prefer that the lot line is adjusted and that the town owns the parcel of land, since by all rights we own the road coming in there. I prefer that it stays that way and is not an easement across someone else's property. It just will keep it cleaner for the long run. Select person here.
I hate to disagree with you, but on the bond, something like that, it's a solid base. The states don't oversee the permanent stuff, and I don't think it could ever be a burden on the town. It's a dirt road anyway. They clean it up, they square it up, stuff, even when we're down there, so I don't think this needs to be bonded. And I won't argue about the, CMA overlook it, but the states gonna be involved with this. So it's a solid base. They got to meet the state specs for the driveway and stuff, and then we have 6 inches of gravel. And I feel there'll be no hardship on the town or future. This is a dirt road now.
My general take is we would require this of any private developer who was building any development that came out onto whether it's a state road or a town road. So why would we not do the same in this case?
And Mr. Chair, one of the more recent examples is Swain Road, which wasn't part of a subdivision or a construction project, but you remember a resident down on Swain Road, which is an unmaintained Class 6 road.
Yep.
Wanted to make some improvements, add some fabric, and try to shore it up for springtime. And the select board, one of the requirements the select board made was a bond. So that's probably the most similar. It doesn't happen all the time. Meeting House is another example, but because that was a subdivision, that project was bonded anyways.
Right.
And I think an alternative is you could ask the engineer record to provide an opinion on what the bond amount could be, or if he would even recommend a bond. I think Select Person there makes a good point. There probably isn't a lot of risk to the town leaving the project unstabilized if it stopped halfway through. But maybe it'd be cleanest to get a recommendation from the engineer.
My only concern on it is, I trust all the work Mr. Lindsay's done, being at one point he was a former road agent. So I know that his work is good. I've seen his work for years. I think we all have around town. What I'm just looking at is I'd hate to see it get partway into it or not end up getting completed, especially because they're talking about loaming stuff in afterward. And I would rather just know that it's covered, and it just gives a little extra motivation to make sure stuff gets done and gets done the way we expect it, because the road agent's going to inspect it at the end of it. The fire chief's going to inspect it at the end of it. And I know the state's going to have their commentary on it. And usually a bond for something like that is not big money. Select person there.
All right, I'm ready the feedback from the board and stuff, and I'm ready to make a motion
Go ahead.
that we waive any fees to the planning board for a lot line adjustment. And then, upon recommendations from the town engineers, establish a bond, or if needed and stuff, or set the amount on it, and allow this application.
Construction administration.
So your motion is to have CMA oversee construction
And then
administration,
establish a bond if needed,
determine an appropriate bond.
or if needed, we will use their professional opinion. Or if you want, I'll let them come up with the amount, right?
And waiving the planning board fee for the purpose of
Lot line adjustment,
line adjustment so that the town maintains ownership of the property.
exactly.
Seconded by select person Manshreck. Roll call vote.
Fair eye.
Nap aye.
And so we'll see this project again, like Scott said, the select board will be signing the driveway permit application to the state. Things might change through that process or through the planning board process. So we'll get the ball rolling in that direction. Picture put on the select board's radar and to the community. Obviously, this road right now is just serves the Steve Lindsay's pit. This project is proposed. There's a lot of undeveloped land in the back, so it's possible in the future that this access road goes on to serve a larger amount of residential and commercial development in the back. And I know that's something that planning board's considering their.
I know most people probably wouldn't notice it. If you go down Pierce Road, you can actually see where Bumford comes out onto Pierce. Select person there.
Well, if you go down Bumford, it continues over to Newton Province Road. So we,
Right. I said Pierce, I'm sorry, this province.
right,
There's yeah, I'd be surprised if I mean.
there's a lot of wetland,
There's a lot of wetlands, so that'd be a tough crossing.
right, it'd be an expensive one, but.
But I think I don't have it up, but to the east of where this property is, if you continue up Bumper Road, obviously where the pit is, eventually that, pit will be beyond useful life and will likely be good developable property if the property owner at the time is interested in that. So it's just something to keep in mind moving forward.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yep, if the rest of the board could please return. Moving back to appointments, 2022 budget presentation for the library.
And I believe Melissa is joining us remotely.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
We can.
Awesome. And Connor, will I be able to share my screen?
you will.
Awesome. How should I?
Are you on the Teams desktop? Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Did that
Yep.
work?
It did.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for accommodating my crazy schedule. And I look forward to chatting with you all about the Barrington Public Library's budget for 2022. I focused my presentation predominantly on the questions that came up from the ABC meeting. So just a little preview of what we will be discussing about the mission and the motto, the total budget. There were some questions about that, the staffing increases, contracts, line increase, programming questions, our copier lease and maintenance line, our books and multimedia line. There was also questions about the storage shed that the select board thankfully, and I have to thank you, since I couldn't be at that meeting, approved the placement of the shed on our property over here. And then some other remaining questions that they had about the warrant article and the Barrington Library Foundation funds balance. So let's hop right into it. For those of you that are not aware, the mission of the Barrington Public Library is to provide equal opportunity for everyone to access, share, and create information. As a welcoming and inclusive community center, we connect our patrons to educational, recreational, and technological resources that enhance their lives. Freedom of speech, freedom of information, and the right to privacy are cornerstone principles for all library policies, programs, and services. And also to throw in there, our motto is where community connects. I know that one of the questions from the ABC was, is our future building going to be a community center or a library? Well, we already are a community center in the essence where everybody can come here and meet up with everyone and achieve all the other parts of our mission of learning, creating, accessing information. I believe the discrepancy that was mentioned in the ABC minutes was the fact that when I prepared my budget for the wages and benefits lines, I did not include a possible COLA because at the time, and I do not believe it's been approved yet by the select board. So that is the difference of the $11,000 is from the differences in the wages and benefits line, because my numbers only included the step information. And correct me if I'm wrong, Connor, but I think that's where the difference was.
That would be too much for the cost of living. The cost of living proposed was 2.5%. Is 11,000, 2.5% of your wages. I think what the budget committee was looking at in your narrative, and I think that was the number that didn't include the additional hours Remember how you'd sent the stuff twice?
Oh, okay. So then it was the difference that goes into the next part of the staffing was the
Yeah.
request for moving our desk clerks up to 27 hours and 30 hours.
I think that's what it was. The wages for the library is 220,000, so that would be $4,000 would be the COLA.
Right. And then the benefits that go into changing that one position would also change it about 3,000 or 4,000, I think, too. So that would be closer. Okay.
Yeah, so for the select board members and the budget committee members, in chapter 3, the second page of chapter 3 shows the wage and benefit impacts on the budget, and the library staffing is the second to last one on that. So the total is 12,726, 3,278 is wages, and 9,448 is benefits. I'm sorry, Melissa.
No problem. So to come off of that conversation about the request for staffing increases and the reason why, as of this morning, there were 73 available jobs in 220 public libraries in New Hampshire alone. I know that the past couple of years, we've slowly increased our desk clerks' hours. So now as a result of that increase, we're at 25 hours now for one desk clerk in the afternoon and 27 hours in the morning. Part of the reason that we were requesting an increase in staffing is not only for employee retention, because this is the position in the library that often has the most turnover. I think I've hired for this position 3 times now, 2-3 times. The lower hourly wages and the willingness of all of our employees that are wanting to take on more responsibilities. For the general operations of the library, right now with the way our hours are for our desk clerks, there is a gap in our desk coverage during the day, especially the days that we are open longer. So having more hours for our desk clerks would allow for more overlap of their shifts so that we wouldn't have any lapses in desk coverage. It would also allow for the staff as a whole to be more consistent with our staff meetings. We found that this was something that was absolutely crucial, especially when we were all working from home during the pandemic. We aren't able to do that now because our desk clerks don't have the same flexibility with their scheduling and their hours to make that work. And then also the additional cross training that we would provide to our desk clerks that would help other staff members if there's other smaller tasks or projects that they're working on. With a couple extra hours, they would be able to help on other projects. And along with increasing the one desk clerk member to the 30 hours, some ideas that we had come up with for their additional responsibilities with those extra hours would be to help with adult programming and other programming needs, whether that would be putting together flyers or information packets, putting together take and make kits, being able to help with circulation tasks that are such as like the overdue calls, notifying people of their cards expiring. And then also that would give us some more flexibility in being able to use and give our desk clerks more knowledge of how the library works by having them help with inventory and weeding projects. So those were just a few of the reasons why we had put in for increasing our desk clerk hours from 25 and 27 to 27 and 30.
Select person there.
The former librarians, she worked part-time for us, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. She's also 27 hours a week.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The other area that there were questions about the increase in our budget was in our contracts line, which is 4550014321. And the reason for that increase of $1,500 is because we introduced a two new databases this year, Universal Class, which is this amazing resource for all of our library card holders to access online courses. And I listed here on topics that range anywhere from cake decorating, floral arrangement to accounting and bookkeeping. There was also something about financial investments. This program is accredited for continuing education units for professional development. So if you fully complete a course, you will at the end receive a certificate proving that you have earned X amount of credits. One thing that's great about this is that it is a self-paced, easy to use, constantly accessible platform that our patrons can use anytime, anywhere. If we were to try to do this type of programming in the library for people, it would never come out to $1,000 a year. And this also allows for different types of assessments for those that are really interested vested students, or just someone who's casually interested in what does it mean to have financial investments and what can I do and learn more. And then another addition to our database lineup is the Creative Bug, which is a really neat database for those who, again, are library card holders, which is important to note. Just it's not that anyone can access these databases, but this particular database allows people to really expand on their different arts and crafts skills, as this is another platform that has a bunch of video classes that are taught by actual experts within the different fields and artists. We often use this as a resource for a lot of our take and make and in-person / hybrid art classes for all ages. And if somebody has an interest in this type of thing, then they can then go on and learn more about this different types of art and craft type skills that they've learned. There was a question about our programming as to whether or not we should charge or not to charge. And I really struggled with how to address this question, because this question gets asked by librarians all over the place. And I guess what it boils down to is when we provide programming to our residents, we are really upholding the American Library Association's Library Bill of Rights, particularly Article 5, which states that a person's right to use the library should never be denied or abridged because of origin, age, background, or views. And to further expand on that, charging for programming goes against the fundamental rights a person has to use a library. It is something that is provided either directly or indirectly by the library and be accessible to everybody that walks into the doors. And it's usually in the realm of public libraries, having any sort of economic barrier to access services and resources provided by a public library type institution, or any library for that matter, really makes it a disadvantage for anybody, and that we should consider not having those types of barriers. This also feeds off onto the motion of the trustees to make the library go fine-free that was official in July. So I felt like this was the best way to further explain and support why the majority of the time we do not charge for programs. The caveat to this is that there are times when we do offer special programs that are beyond our budget that would make it impossible for us to offer it. The demand may be there, and we do charge people, but it would be a nominal cost. So if the presenter charges, say, $400 to give a presentation on a particular art technique or that sort of thing, we may be able to negotiate their fee. But then if there's any special equipment that goes with it, say it's something to do, I know back in the day there was a special Russian nesting doll program that was given. We paid for the expert to give the class, but anybody that wanted to participate, they had to, if they didn't want what we offered that was part of the class, they had to purchase their own above and beyond what we had. So that would be a case where we would have some sort of a fee. But traditionally...
Melissa, I have a couple of questions here.
Sure.
Select Person Mantrick.
I believe at one point you'd mentioned that some of the programs that we offer specifically include the provision that we not charge a fee. Am I imagining that, or is that correct?
No, you're correct. We hardly ever charge fees because, again, a public library provides access to information and resources at a cost to the town through our town budget. So therefore, we wouldn't necessarily charge for that sort of program.
Select person there.
Do you charge for a late fee?
No, we no longer charge for late fees
I would
as of July 1st.
like to see, I personally would like to see a late fee, not charge anything else but a late fee. If you do honest and stuff. And if you go towards a replacement, so if people don't want to misbehave, they get penalized. I don't
If
think
the
that goes with
person's
insurance.
item, understandable for sure, but if a person's item goes overdue by 30 days, at that 30-day mark, they're responsible for the replacement cost. So we may not
Okay.
be charging overdue fines any longer, but if the item is not returned to us, and the whole process is you get a phone call from us after 7 days. At 15 days, you get a letter just saying, hey, don't forget, you still have this item. It's now 15 days overdue. Please give it back to us. If you do not, then the next correspondence you hear from us will be a bill for the final cost for the replacement of the item.
I'm
And if it's
satisfied
over-
then.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Because I can't see your faces on my end. I apologize.
Select person Bailey.
Thank you. I have a statement. The only thing I can say, Melissa, is that we don't have enough room to allow enough people to go to the programs because several times Gene and I have been shut out when we tried to go to these and just can't wait until we get a space that's big enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, George, and I agree.
I know you do. Thank you.
Are there any other questions about the programming piece?
Nope, nothing so far.
Okay, thank you. The next question was why the ABC felt that it was $650 for the color printing costs. This amount has not changed since 2019. It was originally $400 in 2018, I believe, and then in 19 we requested the increase and it went through. Our current contract for our copier is 30,000 black and white copies per year, and then they charge us 3 cents per page for color copies. Color copies are anything that gets sent with any amount of color, even if it's just one hyperlink that's printed in blue, that's considered a color copy. Items that get sent to our copier are things like our program information. If the particular presenter has something that they need us to print for them, our brochures that we hand out and have around the library, there's stuff about the rec department sometimes, there's town information we post, there's the welcome to the library brochure, there's a whole bunch of materials that we print. And it also includes flyers for our programs, the ones that we put in the doors and the ones we have at the counters, and any other type of printing materials that we may need for any other outreach type services. When we go to the libraries and do our PR for the summer reading program, we often have a lot of stuff that we print for that. And there's also for the library card sign up month. So there's lots of reasons why $650 has almost always been adequate to cover this cost. I'm not sure how else to bring this cost down. The suggestion was made about purchasing a different type of printer. We have one that was donated. So now we have this wonderful donated copier in the back, but we also have to pay for its ink. So that's also part of the $650 in the total. So it's more than just that. Any questions about the printing?
Nothing here.
Okay. Again, the books and multimedia line, which is the 4550014642 line, they had a couple of questions about why we increased our line to $1,000 more, bringing it to $20,000. Some of the reasons for the increase are inflation. There's a paper shortage. Printing costs have gone up. The royalties that need to be paid out from our vendors and the publishing houses have gone up. That cost trickles down to our vendors. as do the shipping costs from our vendors. Another glitch that's happened in this whole big matrix of commerce is that because of this whole pandemic and the workforce and everything else, our vendors aren't able to get things to us in a timely manner. So then the vendor that we typically use gives us a discount of anywhere from 10% to 40% on the titles that we order through them. If they're back ordered and I can't get them and we have patrons here that are waiting for them or have requested them, I then have to go somewhere else, typically Amazon, and get it in a day or two. But when I go to Amazon, the books are $4 to $5 more sometimes, depending on what it is that I'm looking to purchase. The other part to this is the constant collection development and maintenance that we do here at the library. There is a budget recommendation from the Institute of Museum and Library Services that recommends that any library's budget should contain 10.5% of its funds for collection development. Within the report, it states that New Hampshire public libraries typically spend 9.6% of their overall budget for collection development. Barrington's current request, 5.3%. So even that $1,000 request is still below the recommended percentage for collection development. Any questions there?
Anything from the ABC or the board? Nope.
Okay. They also wanted some more circulation statistics. Again, 2019 saw 3,473 patrons, and we had over 71,000 items borrowed from the library and almost 13,000 digital items borrowed through our two digital resources, Libby and Hoopla. 2020 happened. We were fully closed for 5 months, partially open for the rest of the year. So our circulation stats took a dip, not gonna lie, it happened, but we still managed in the course of a year to circulate 31,000, almost 32,000 items. And you can see clearly that there was a small bump in our digital materials because that was one of the only ways for 5 months that people could access anything to read, listen to, or watch. And so far in 2021, we are at just over 4,000 patrons. We've already exceeded last year's total of 33,719 materials borrowed to date. That was from September 30th. We have had our patrons borrow 10,979 digital materials. And again, that's just through September 30th. So there are still patrons that appreciate a book versus an electronic version of something. And I don't think that will ever leave.
Anything from the board? All right, carry on.
Okay. Again, the storage shed was questioned. The ABC was curious as to where the funding was going to come from. And I just put up there that at the select board meeting on October 4th, you guys approved the placement of the storage shed, which again, thank you for that. And that the cost of this would be covered by non-operating budget library funds, or the entire thing may be possibly donated. So there's absolutely no town money going towards the purchase of this shed. It's separate library funds.
Okay.
And lastly, we will get into the warrant article and foundation questions. I know there were quite a few different iterations of the questions throughout through the ABC meeting that they held back on the 12th. And I know that Lee Elliott's also our trustee chair is on the call as well, so she can also help speak to this. One of the biggest questions that the ABC had about our warrant article was, what will the library building capital reserve funds be used for? Because there's been $25,000 there and we haven't done anything yet. Well, as stated in the warrant article, those funds are going to be used for the construction of a new building, but not limited to the construction or renovation, any site work, architectural fees, engineering, permitting and inspection costs, furniture and commissioning, or any other expenses to occupy the building. They had a question about why we haven't spent the money. The trustees voted not to put forth the building this year, and that they would be doing that in the 2023 budget. So I would expect to see some sort of request to the trustees of the trust fund to have money be dispersed from this particular capital reserve so that we can cover some architectural fees or any other preliminary work that needs to be done for a new building. Because I know that we had listened to a lot of the requests and comments that people had made that the building was too large, it needs to be made smaller, a smaller price tag. So this is all stuff that has been discussed, and the SMP, Jason Lacombe from SMP, the architect we've been working with, is aware of this. We just have not asked him to give us anything to look at just yet. So I know that will be forthcoming probably in the beginning of the new year. There was another question about the foundation, the Barrington Library Foundation, who is the fundraising arm of this whole project. They were curious as to what the balance was and any expenditures in the past year that they have had. Currently, the balance in their account is approximately $295,000, and they've only expended about $200, not included in that $295, and that covered things such as the fees that were charged by people using credit or debit cards to process their pledge amounts. There was a small postage fee that had to be paid, so there are nominal fees that were accrued. And that's all I had. So were there any other questions?
Yes, ABC, Steve Saunders.
This is Steve Saunders.
Hi, Steve.
We had, and it relates to the warrant article especially, but to also the operating expenses in part. And that is that we had the $25,000 warrant approved. None of that has been expended. And the ABC feels that that intent and what we went along with and total support was to do planning and architecting and resizing. And that, since it's not been spent, we think it's not appropriate at this time to seek additional funding, which would include construction costs. That's the purpose for the bond. And since we don't have any specifics on what scope of services are going to be provided within that building, and the ABC is not the place to make this decision, but rather the select board. And that is when you have a scope of services that includes community center services. What's the delineation between what is to be controlled within the library under its trustee situation and what is the responsibility for the select board for some of those services? There needs to be a clean delineation from the ABC's perspective in order to segment costs and control those costs appropriately. So those are some of the issues that the ABC felt don't exist in terms of what are the services you're providing, what are the volumes of those services, especially when you talk about arts and crafts, things that are available on the internet for free for many people. And I know personally that my wife participates in many of crafts things on the internet, and doesn't pay for some of those and does pay for some of those. So I just think we need to have more detail to be able to really say, is the budget request appropriate for the library?
I would also like to comment on it. My general sense is we had a warrant article for $25,000 last year with very little function or planned use around that $25,000, as Steve alluded to. And that doesn't bunch me up so much as the fact that we went from $25,000 request to a $75,000 request. We are tripling a request for a capital reserve item when I don't even see that between police and fire services, where where there is a significant impact in what happens within our community for expected needs and services. So I can tell you right now, I'm not on board with supporting a $75,000 warrant article. Select person Bailey and then select person Mantra.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if you could you ask Connor to look up last year's warrant article and let me know if the narrative is the same as we have in this one as it was the one for last year?
It is the
The
same. It
warrant
has to be
article
the same.
wording.
Yeah, the warrant article.
So
It is
and this is part of, and I know this was part of the conversation last year. So when a warrant article is established, it's important to have language that's broad enough to encompass everything that those funds could be used for. Because it's pretty difficult to change the purpose of a warrant article. You need 60% of the vote to change the purpose of a warrant article. And so the language, and Melissa cited it very well on the slide that she had, covers everything that could be involved in the project, whether that's the design phase, the construction phase, the outfitting phase. And that's by design, to establish a capital reserve that kind of covers all the potential purposes. So their request this year is to add funds to that previously established capital reserve. So it would carry the same purpose, all of the same establishment details. If the purpose were going to change, I would actually recommend closing the existing warrant article and opening a new one, because you only need 50% of the vote to close a warrant article and 50% to open one. To change the purpose, you need 60%. And so, a couple of years ago, we closed some capital reserves that had a zero balance. And there were still, 45% of folks that voted against that. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Bailey.
I just was asking is if the narrative was the same as it was last year. I appreciate the additional information. That was all I was checking for.
Okay.
And I also think that going to $75,000 is not something that I can support. I can support 25, but I can't support 75.
Select person Mantra.
I remind us that this is a warrant article or a capital reserve fund. I think the $25,000 probably was insufficient to do some of the things that are planned. I think adding another 75 makes us $100,000, which I think is closer to meeting many of the things that are requested. So again, the fact that they haven't spent that money yet, haven't spent the $25,000, I think is immaterial, because they're really planning to do that for the next year. I think, isn't that right, Melissa? Next year, you're planning to come up with
Correct.
another plan?
Correct.
I would also like to point out there is $295,000 in fundraised money there that what happens is you take away from what the intended purpose of the fundraising was to burn off some of that cost. And all of a sudden now you're shifting it as a taxpayer cost that we've already been through 3 rounds of. Two official rounds before, but there was a whole bunch of investment that went into it on the front end. So this is not just, there's 2 rounds that have been voted on by the public and turned down by the public. Any other commentary from the board here or the ABC? The other area that stands out to me is I keep seeing a lot of labor increases between police, fire, highway, and the library. I'll be candid, I'm not going to support everybody getting extra heads this year. It's not going to happen, and I'm not going to be on board with everybody getting it, because we cannot hit the taxpayers for an astronomical sum of money to make sure that everybody gets what they want going into it. And we all have to kind of play in this arena together and do something that is fair and equitable to the residents of Barrington. Select person Air.
I'm trying to comprehend life in general and stuff. So I don't know how much longer I got. It's going to who knows? basically, this pandemic and stuff, it's almost already out in the fall and stuff. We haven't seen it yet. I said, I made it to me before and stuff. And I agree with you. There's gonna be, you have any choices this one. Do you eat, or put gas in your car? You're gonna have to decide what you wanna pay for. It ain't gonna be cheap this year. And it's been a long winter and stuff, so I'm worried about getting through this pandemic and surviving myself and in the future. This is a one big burden thrown on us all at once in the future. My protection personally. Thank you.
Select Person Bailey.
Thank you. Also, to piggyback on what Dan was saying is the fact is that I use propane as one of my items to heat the house, and that has taken a dramatic increase. And I've also used pellets for the other side of the house, and the pellets have gone up for 2.5 tons. I had an increase of $85 just beginning of this September timeframe. And it's going to be tough because taxpayers aren't going to have the money, and the costs are going up. It's what I feel I was elected for, was to manage some of the money here prudently, and so I just can't go along with the added employee requests. Some I can, but others I have to really be convinced, and it hasn't happened yet. Thank you.
Any other commentary from the board? I know that Leah, who is the trustee chair, had her hand raised, so I would like to open it up for Lee to speak.
Hi, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Melissa, great job on that presentation. Very well done. Guess I'll just jump into, I think Steve's first comment about the operating costs. I think loosely mentioned arts and crafts, quote unquote. Obviously, that's a very casual remark. The classes and presentations that are offered by the library are far more than simply a class or instructional online. The library is a community center, and people are coming to these classes, enrichments, programs in order to socialize, connect. They may not live with other people. This is their only time to connect with others. So this is providing a much bigger value and purpose than simply finding a YouTube video online to watch a class. As far as the warrant article, 75,000 is what we asked for last year. We accepted the reduction of 25,000 gratefully. Yes, it has not been spent because we have not presented a building this year. It's not going on the ballot, so we're not spending it. The whole goal of this is to try to reduce the tax burden and the amount of the bond that we will be requesting. Ultimately, this is helping the residents of Barrington in affording a new building. I think we have to look at some truths. We need a new building. Bottom line, we need a new one. The most recent school board meetings that I've attended have demonstrated a significant increase in enrollment. And as you know, the ECLC receives all of their library support from the public library. These are all things we have to consider. This town's growing. I understand costs go up. I have family members that need to afford a life also, and I can respect that. But we also have to look at where this town is going and plan for it. This town is much bigger. The building that we're in now was never intended to be an independent library. In fact, it was a police station at one point. So we have to address that a building is needed, and we need to work on supporting that. And if you're looking to reduce the amount of the warrant article, then I would hope that the next time the building is on the ballot, we need 100% support from the board. We need you behind us. We want to make this work. We're trying to make it happen. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Is there any other
there's a couple of trustee members in the audience. I think one of them had their hand up. Carolina, did you raise, or
Is-
go ahead here.
I want to be careful on this, that we don't get into,
A debate.
right, I don't want to get into a whole conversation. I want the chairman of each area to be able to speak, but I don't want to digress into every board and every member being up here having a whole conversation. This is a budget conversation, and that's our focus.
Yeah, that's exactly. I second that.
Is there any other commentary from the board, and does the board agree with that position?
I have no objections to it.
I would just think with those, if we have new things to say, I think it would be useful to hear from everyone that's involved in that budgeting process. So if there's something new to be said, I think we ought to hear it. Whoever.
From the ABC perspective, the last comment that was made about reducing the cost of the bond, still the taxpayer money that is being requested for this 75,000.
Yes.
So is it now or is it later? And without a specific plan, requesting money and an amount that's fixed rather than just, oh, let's keep putting money aside.
Right.
ABC is very uncomfortable with that approach.
Right. Would agree. Ms. Town, do you have something to add that has not been already addressed? Or are you just looking to further comment on what we've already addressed this evening?
I just want to remind you that we are delaying it is because we are very aware, the foundation and the trustees are very aware of the fact that people have been under unbelievable stress during the pandemic, and it's taken a financial toll. So we are being financially responsible in delaying. And I want to remind you too that other towns, it's taken sometimes 3 or 4 times before the library is approved. So your comment, as people have already said no twice, does not mean that in the future people aren't going to say yes.
I absolutely agree with that.
I think the ABC did also discuss and point out that 25,000 was not approved at the level required for a bond issue. And if the town's support is not there in the percentages needed for a bond issue at this point, at this low level, I'm concerned that we haven't given enough specifics to townspeople to make a rational decision.
Select Person there.
All these comments we bring up later on in the budget, we finalize it. December.
Yep. Melissa, do you have anything else you would like to add?
The only thing that I would like to add that kind of goes back to addressing the staffing increase requests is we've also seen a change in the amount of times we've had to say no to certain people or say we have to have you come back another time because there isn't anyone to help. And that would be, just recently we've had requests for people to come in and use our meeting space. It's not open, it's not available, even to use outside space. We've had a request for a lot of people coming in and needing help doing stuff on the computer, and that takes somebody out of the equation. So if we're already running on a small crew in the morning or the evenings, that's one less person that's available to help. And sometimes helping people takes 5 minutes. Other times it takes a half an hour. It took me just the other day 30 minutes to help a resident renew their license online. And I was an actual staff member body, not just sitting in the office as the director. I had multiple hats on that day. And just to, again, try to support the request for the staffing increase, it just allows us to continue offering the services that we do in addition to wanting to do more, but not being able to because there just isn't enough time or resources to do so. But other than that, that's all I have to say unless there were any other questions that popped up about the budget.
I have none at this time. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank you, everyone, very much. Have a good night.
You as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a clarifying question from the board. So I know a couple of years ago during the budget process, we ended up kind of making all of the actual dollar number changes at the end of the process at that very late and long December meeting. I think it worked well last year. We did it mostly through the budget committee, but implementing recommendations for adjusting the budget throughout the process. And so, like with the library specifically, the two things that I heard that sounded a little bit like a change to me. One is that the amount of the warrant article, which I think we'll talk about unassigned fund balance and the capital reserve requests later in the process by design. But for the staffing, I heard a couple of members say that they were concerned about the additional staffing. Is it your intent to make adjustments to the numbers in the budget during these budget presentations? So when we update the numbers throughout the process, they reflect the changes you've made so far? Or if not, when do you intend to make the changes to the numbers so we can kind of keep a running tally of where we stand?
Select person there.
I'm trying to digest all this and stuff and balance it out and stuff. And I'm finding more and more stuff too. I'm putting notes down there, readdress this, everything to think about for me personally. And I have to try to weigh everything out for the best interest of the taxpayer. So I don't know. I need more time to personally resolve all this. I don't know if I can make a decision every night.
And it doesn't have to be a final decision. I mean, I think it's, if the board has an opinion, a collective opinion, my recommendation would be that you communicate that collective opinion as it comes about during the budget presentations. So the budgets can be updated to reflect where the board's position is at that point. That doesn't mean you can't change it later on. You know, with library staffing, as a for instance, if the majority of the board right now felt like, hey, we don't know if we can pallet that increase for whatever reason, we'd like to see the numbers with it out moving forward. And then in December, if the select board makes some other changes that move some money from the budget, they could say, hey, you know, we could add that library back in. And that's part of the reason that for all of the staffing change requests, I kind of itemized to give you an idea of what the total cost is. So, you know, we can look at the library staffing and say that that's a $12,000 item. So we could, you know, take it out now and put it back in later or otherwise. My personal opinion is to try to avoid a December or a couple of December meetings where we're here till midnight, going back through every single line item where we have an opportunity. So I'll do whatever the board decides, but just wanted some direction.
I agree with what you're saying in principle, but I think it's a little tough to hit everybody on it without it, which is why I made the general comment that we cannot eat position increases all the way across the board to the tune of 10% of the budget. You know, if I look at a $4 million budget and 400,000 and change in staffing expenditures, that is a big hit to the town. And it's not only a big hit now, it's a big hit that moves forward into perpetuity, especially with the increases in benefits and everything else, which means this impact becomes really significant as time goes on. And my goal that I've always had here, and this will being my last hurrah at this, is that we do the best thing we can for the taxpayer, which is controlling the costs to keep the taxes in town as low as we can and keep our mill rate low, because that's what helps support the higher values of the community. And then
Can I just do one thing real quick?
No, I'm gonna go right down the
Okay.
line, and then if you would like to make a comment at the end, I will open that back up to you.
Much
I
appreciated.
just would like to actually get through everything before I get a rebuttal on everything.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Mr. Saunders.
Yes, I would like to add that, to piggyback, said, there is a time and all issues will have been discussed in the process. And if you look at when that last one is, that's the point where we're able then to start weigh and prioritize what we think is reasonable in the overall for staffing increases. And it's the same issue we're going to have with the warrant articles, where we'll have to prioritize those and make a decision once we have all the information we need about each of those. That comes late in the process. I think if you look at the schedule, most of the staffing increases may be just after the police department's presentation.
Yep.
And at that point, we again would have a total picture of what staffing increases are being requested, and we can discuss then which ones are reasonable within the budget parameters that we're dealing with.
I think it's going to be a lot easier if we recognize the fact that we need to be able to increase staffing, but we can stretch that out over a period of time. And it may mean that not everybody gets everything they want in year one, but over 2, 3, 4 years, we get to that intended target. Select person there?
That's kind of part of me trying to digest both comments I took note of and helped me. And then I have another thing came with thought. I asked for a non-publicly, non-personal reputation. I need another one that just came up. Made my decision.
We're talking at
After,
the end of the evening. We're going to have non-public anyways. Coming right down the line, other questions or comments?
I think we do have this great responsibility to the taxpayers. We also have a great responsibility to the citizens of this town. So it's, and part of our responsibility is to make sure that we have the services that are appropriate to our community, and that may mean an increase in taxes. No one like, I ask anyone here who likes to pay their taxes to raise their hand. I don't think we get much response for that. On the other hand, there are services that we probably want to have, and we have to pay for those. So I think we really want to pay attention to what we're taxing, but we also want to make sure we have the appropriate services. So it may need increases, which will lead to an increase in taxes.
Select person Bailey?
Thank you. As everybody here clearly remembers by the comments here, several years ago when I was chair, I went ahead and I said, we'll do everything in the end. And that was a mistake I made, and I really don't want to make it again. But I think the fact that we are talking about cutting back on the additional personnel that they're added to, we're all forgetting that taxpayers, there's a lot of them that have gone from 2 family earnings to down to 1 family earning, and some of them have gone to 0. Well, and they're dependent upon other assistance to help them along. So, and also in the other aspect of it, when we look at cutting people down, we have to find out, we have to prioritize them, as Stephen said, we really do, but we have to continue to consider what's going on. I, for one, have used over the last 25 years, I think I've used Rick 4 times to come out to the house for family individuals that have needed the service. And I mean, I really don't want to see services like that. I don't want to use, the fire. I've used the ambulance. So I think that when we finish up with police, we should turn around and say for the next meeting that we have Connor give us exactly what the increase is, where the increases are, and for everything else in the short term. I know it's in the budget. I realize that.
Section
too.
3.
Yeah.
Second page.
Okay, section 3, that'll be good then. I'll make a note of that, but I just don't want to cut my nose off to spite my face when we do this. So that's what I'm saying. I do know we have to control it, but like I said, I want to leave my nose on my face so we don't go too far. Thank you.
I want to be clear. What I'm talking about here is not cutting services. We're not talking about cutting any positions. We're talking about the increase of positions. So it's not cutting anything that exists. We're not cutting police service. We're not cutting fire service. We're not cutting library service. We're not cutting anybody's service, highway service from where it is. We're talking about the increase of those services.
As you know, I also made it a point last week that about increasing the hours in the town. I've only received 1 note on that from somebody else that supported it from the outside, which was for working down below on the John staff downstairs. So that was the only comment I made on what I've had. I've had 3 individuals that work for the town in the town hall said that they weren't in favor of working on Friday, so that's how it is. But, you know, you look at trying to increase service, but you also got to say to them, who's going to pay it? Then you look at how many individuals in town have lost money, have lost jobs. So you understand where I'm coming from, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Select person in.
I think the comment on George's comment is if I agreed with him on time, but I didn't think Friday was a good time for the working person and stuff. And I asked to keep it open for future use. People bring it up a bit later at future time. And if you have any input on the working people's time frame, I'd like to hear it sometime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Select person Scotia.
I can't support this right now, as I believe we have some bigger fires to put out as far as fire and EMS are concerned. And I would also like to see some maybe creative ways that you guys can bring in some, not income, but money for the library to keep operating and to strive towards those goals.
Okay. Moving on in the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. I promised Connor a plan to get on the pulpit here.
This guy over here,
Do we really have to?
I want.
2 minutes.
If you want to pay me to sit here quiet, listen, I would be glad to just sit here. And this time I didn't have a rebuttal. A lot of times it is, but I just had a question, which was, if you didn't want to do it tonight, when did you want to do it? Which I think what cream that floated to the top was after police.
Yes.
And so I would propose November 1st, the presentation is recreation, which is going to be a light presentation. They just have staff in there. They took everything else out last year. So we'll plan on a in-depth staffing review on November 1st. And possibly at that same meeting, we can discuss cost of living adjustment and step increases.
Yep.
To try to get those decisions on the books and the remainder of the process. Okay.
I think it's important to get that in there as well, because we've been trying to sort through that all along.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
November 1st it is. Much appreciated. Mission
Thank you.
accomplished.
Thank you,
And
Connor.
I will
Thank you for your patience with me throughout this.
power back to the town administrators.
All right. Next one on our agenda is the EMS fire, art cemetery.
Tricentennial Kingpin.
Oh, she's gonna have to suffer through all of this.
She made some comments about it today.
Rick, can I pause this for 1 second? I would like to motion the board. I didn't realize that Kim was here for the books, and I would like to give her the opportunity to present on that.
Are you
so we
saying
can
that
move
you
on.
like Kim better than Rick?
No, I'm just saying I am prepared for the length of this conversation.
Tricentennial Kingpin just gets cut.
She will not talk as long as Rick.
No.
All right, you gotta. Better hope you don't have a time.
I know.
So I'll start, Kim.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we are.
Sorry, Rick.
Jumping back around to new business for the second time. This is 10A, electronic poll book poll pads. Kim and I worked on a pretty comprehensive write-up in your materials. So big picture, the Secretary of State's office is allowing us to try out these poll pads. I'll let Kim talk about kind of the value add if you have questions about that. But Kim and I have talked about it at length with the moderator. This will be an improvement for our operations, an improvement for residents. It should speed up the check-in process tremendously, reduce lines. We'll still have to run a redundant process in the meantime until the Secretary of State's office fully approves it. Other high points, the technology committee reviewed the security aspects around it. We're going to talk to some of their contacts in Rochester. We're going to talk about it again in our next meeting, but didn't have any reservations. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's actually being used in the Rochester general election on November
Second.
2nd. Is that the date?
And that's what we're supposed to
Yeah,
go.
Yes.
we plan to go and see how it's being used. Kim might also attend an upcoming training in Rochester. So we're here for the board for two main reasons. First, the select board is ultimately responsible for elections in town operationally. And so it would be a select board decision to implement pads. The second is obviously financial. So what we're proposing is to lease the equipment for the March election. That's a smaller price tag at $4,800. It includes training and all of the equipment we would need to try it out in the March election, see how it works in Barrington. We would be able to use unexpended appropriations from 2021 to pay for that. If we have a favorable experience in March, we would propose to purchase using their lease purchase option, which gives us a discount. The discounted price would be $8,000, I think just over $8,000. And there would be some ongoing costs associated with inputting the new elections and things like that, which we have for you if you need. And so we would propose to reduce the staffing, election staffing budget line by $6,000, almost the full amount to cover most of the cost. And so from the financial perspective, we're looking for the select board support there. But I think maybe we give Kim a chance to talk a little bit about how it would work operationally and answer any questions. Kim, the floor is yours.
Did you all have a chance to possibly look over his lengthy description on it? The main thing is eventually we need to do this. Very helpful, especially at, say, a presidential election, where we could have less people checking them in because every single person has the entire alphabet there. You don't have to have everybody stuck at a letter. And eventually, to Secretary of State, this is their compromise where we still have a paper checklist. Like Connor said, we have to go check it. I'm very excited to go on the second actually work using the exact poll we're going to use. So I know that London has used it for several years. That's a huge place where they have elections. They have, I don't know, 16,000 or more voters, and it's worked phenomenally. I cannot get enough rave reviews. I spoke to the clerk and the moderator there. So I'm just trying to, ask you to consider it because it would be a great way to go slowly forward because presidential elections in 3 years or so. So I want to make sure if we could test it and get comfortable with it, maybe by then the Secretary of State would totally approve it without a paper checklist. But any questions?
Select person there.
I've been not really, I don't know my observations, we're following the news and stuff, but as it being a Yankee and stuff, and they're worried about the next presidential election, people aren't gonna come out and stuff. And this electronic stuff, there was confusion last time.
Go ahead.
On the news and stuff,
Mhm.
I think, I don't know if it's, I'm ready for it yet. I don't know if some other people are ready for it, they may be scared of it.
I would like to point out that this process is not for your voting. It's purely for your checking in.
Right.
So
I would-
if you checked in, you're going to get a slip of paper. There's going to be one printed out that you, after they check in, they'll take that paper to another location where they're going to hand them the ballot. Then that paper goes over to the checklist. So it's like a double check through the computer and then on the actual paper checklist. It's very easy. Someone from Londonderry had an 80-something-year-old woman for the last presidential election. She didn't want to come out because she didn't want to wait in line, and she did, and she was able to, it's like an iPad that she used it so easily, and she was impressed. She hardly had to wait. She was anticipating lines and lines, so I've had a lot of different people.
Select person Manshek.
Yeah, I made the point, this is to check in, but I think we have to make there are people out there who will say because it's electronic and the vote didn't happen to go the way they wanted it to, it obviously is wrong. And then they'll want a paper backup.
But you're misunderstanding. I still have a paper checklist.
But you're talking 3 years down the road where we won't have a paper checklist.
That'll be the Secretary of State's decision, and they're very slow on that. So I don't know how long, hopefully. Yeah, and the reporting, the thing is with the iPad, I call it an iPad, it's a poll pad. The reporting at the end of the night, it's all entered in. It helps tremendously than going through a paper.
Make sure the numbers are right.
Correct.
It's time stamped, date stamped, and has the secure ID check component to each person that's checked in.
Mhm.
So that was one of the things the technology committee had looked at from a function and a use standpoint, is that it gives you very clear data. So you don't run the risk of somebody mischecking a box or anything
Right. And then the individual has the paper with their name and address on, but they can double check too before they walk over to get their ballot.
Select Person Bailey.
Thank you, Rich. What's the fail safe on it? Suppose that system went down. Is there,
We have the paper checklist in the back. I'm sure we'd pull it right up.
and then we'd have to scramble for personnel?
Well, we have to have people back on the paper checklist and then at the poll books. That would help, we would just probably, eliminate or combine them.
Okay, so it would cut down a few people so we could.
Initially, I don't know how much it's really gonna cut exactly for ballot clerks because I need
Yeah.
people at the poll pads and then people at the paper checklist. We don't have the amount at a March election that we do at other elections, so it's nice. I shouldn't need a lot. That's the whole thing. And I have my clerks too that can totally go over and help as well. That's what I'm trying to figure.
My second question is, and I don't understand this, so, is there outside access to this system?
No.
So it just comes in, you put it in the plug?
Well, this is all we're gonna find out. I know, like I said, Andy and Connor went through. I gave them the information about the security. So, I mean, it's other towns, big towns, and so there is a secure system.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Select Person Sakosha.
Does this hook up to the internet?
It's a secured Wi-Fi connection is how I understand it.
Local LAN, so like they can talk to each other.
So yeah, because we'll have the poll pads connected, so people will know how it's connected through.
Okay, and then how do you get that data? Does that data just print out or does it go into another cloud? It's pretty much following up on the security side of
But
things.
again, it's the technology. I know I have the information from the system.
And this is definitely going to be thoroughly vetted.
Well, I think I understand maybe Jim's question. So how it works right now is that the Secretary of State's office runs, I think, something that's called Election Net,
Yes, yeah.
where all the data goes. So right now, what happens is with the checklist, the supervisors of the checklist, after an election, spend days inputting each one from the paper checklist online onto the election net. So the part of the process that this replaces is the data entry. So now the data is collected real time during the election, and instead of all the supervisors manually keying it in, they're uploading that to the election net, which
Now-
already exists.
I'm not sure if that's exactly how it'll work. I don't know if she still may need to.
Oh, for
I don't know because we are using the paper checklist.
Yep.
That they have to manually mark off. So she may still need to do that. But I'm saying it's a double check when we have the paper that prints out, that paper goes over to where the paper checklist is, where people have to mark it in as well.
So
And then the computer will
the
print out a
online
report.
is still online.
Yeah, I think where we're already doing a paper checklist, we might as well just not spend the money if we're just still gonna do the same thing. And maybe when the Secretary of State forces everybody or all the municipalities to go to it, we'll do it then. That's how I feel.
We'll have more feedback on it. So on the second.
Yeah, so we were
Yeah, my next,
decision tonight anyways, just wanted to get questions out. Kim and I and probably the moderator are gonna go on the second, see how it works for Rochester, kind of get, and if you have specific questions about how it works operationally, let us know, we can check out.
More questions too from the board, so I wanted to come back down the line. So select person Aaron.
No, this has helped me.
okay. And again, I'm learning about it too, and I want to go, yeah, I want to be able to go and see it.
So you're good. Select person Sakosha. Select person Bailey.
I have one question. As you know, sometimes political advocates come in and ask for names and addresses of certain political parties. Is this going to help put this together, or how would that have any effect, or would it be working with it?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
In other words,
Oh, your name.
when I ran for the House, I came in and I paid for a list.
Oh, that's at
of all
the
the
town hall.
Members, so I could
That's
get,
Still,
is that gonna be part of this system?
no, that's still, no.
Thank you.
No.
That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No, I know. I'm just looking down the line here. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for all the
Thank you.
information.
So
I'm interested
Questions, yeah.
to hear the feedback out of Rochester, and what you actually see
Yeah.
from a witness end of it.
That's what
Um,
it really helped me as well, so
Yeah.
I'll get back to you, but thanks for,
Thank you. Sorry to keep you here so late. Before we begin with Rick, I'd like to request just a 5-minute bio break for everyone. And then, we'll just keep stretching this one out here.
Microphone.
Drive.
Hit you.
The other one is to take the train, we can get off, anything.
He's tired.
You know,
Been a long week and it's only Monday.
That's up DC, and it's
Pretty
hard to get
an early start.
up. Huh?
Anytime you have.
Yeah, and it's just like going on the ferry, I saw it on the YouTube, that's
All right, let's go.
telling you.
Are we back live?
Yes.
Reconvening the board, and at this point, we are allowing Chief Walker to present the fire, EMS, ambulance, and cemeteries budget.
So, I'm only gonna touch the highlights of, I'll skim over the stuff that really doesn't change a lot. I mean, obviously, I think what everyone's interested in is the significant increase in my budget. And as you folks understand that, I met with you in August, and, I'm a firm believer that process works in such a way that if you hire me as a department head to run the fire department, that you're expecting me to present a budget to provide the services that I believe. I understand that either you or 5 or 6 people, the budget committee's job, take all the pieces of the pie that all of us are throwing at you, how to make this work so that it can work. In a perfect world, there's no doubt in my mind that the 5 of you would just give everything we want and say, there, we can all go earlier. But at the end of the day, it's the people that have to pay the bills that have to be able to do this. And I certainly respect that. So we presented this budget presented to you, shows the increase with my request for 2 more full-time firefighter EMTs be budgeted and supported in this budget. So in a perfect world, I would get to my staffing of 4 full-time people immediately. And so I also fully understand that a little bit later tonight, we're going to talk about something that I think I hope will work for all of us. But that being said, there's a moderate increase in the fire chief's salary based on a proposed step increase. The full-time hourly increase of $88,000 shows 2 additional firefighters for about 9 months. That number will be adjusted a little bit, even if it stayed there, because inadvertently I budgeted at 48 hours and it's really an average of 42 hours. So the system that I'm proposing would put a firefighter, they would work 1 day, they'd have 2 off, they'd work another day and have 4 off. That's based on an 8-week cycle in which they work 2 shifts for 6 of those weeks, and then on 2 of those weeks they work a single shift. So that person, even though they work 48 hours, in say this week is my week and I work 48 hours, I'm paid for 42, and then 6 of those hours go into the bank. So on the week that I don't work, that I only work a single day, the 6 hours is there to pay me for my second day, to average the 48 hours. So that was my screw up. So the numbers, would get adjusted anyway, because it's really, we're averaging at 42 hours and not 48. The part-time hourly, you see a pretty significant increase in that. And really what that came down to is when Connor and I sat down and looked at this and said that when you look at part-time hourly versus per diem, there's a significant drop in the per diem line. Because what we did is we took all the people that are not full-time employees that work for us trying to cover shifts. And in this budget, the current budget, we were treating them as per diem employees, and the part-timers were the officers that come in and cover calls. And Connor said to me, he goes, well, that's really kind of backwards. So in this budget, you see the bigger increase, the big increases in the part-time hourly, because we took anybody that works a full scheduled shift, whatever day that is, it isn't a full-time employee, we paid out of that line. as we get down to the, when we get down to, line, 4124 per diem hourly, that took $86,000 decreases. There's like there's $29,000 in there. That's the line that we would use to pay the officers, the assistant chief, the captains, the lieutenants, the EMS chief, when they come out and cover a call, because it's not scheduled. So it really makes it better for us to understand, and the Department of Labor to understand, really part-time people that have scheduled time. And I was doing it backwards.
And just one thing on that, Rick, for select board members, budget committee members, in section 12, which is the fire department section, the second page is the fire and EMS wages and benefits. And one of the things that making that change allowed us to do, which is different than we've done in the years past, is now you see the kind of the full roster of fire department employees, because there's between 4 and 5 regular part-time employees that cover, regular shifts in the fire department, excuse me. And so now we have those listed. You see the hours, you see their progression along the wage scale as it exists right now. And then the last 2 entries, the responder points and the per diem, you see similarly there how many hours Rick is budgeting for in those categories for coverage at either call the officers, like you mentioned, and what our assumptions are based on the cost for doing so. Rick and I were both proud to have a resolution that provided some more transparency about the specific operations, especially in a year where we're looking to add additional staff. So hopefully you find that additional information helpful. Thanks, Rick.
So there was the part-time hours, they flat. Those are the responder points are tough budget calls are. So we just kind of look at what spent over the last 2 or 3 years to get an average and get somewhere near where we need to be. The on-call line stays stable because it's a set amount of money based on hours. So that doesn't need to fluctuate. We talked about the per diem hourly. The overtime line, 4150, there's a slight increase in that. And some of that is, or probably most of that was, trying to throw a dart at the wall and see with adding additional staffing, who's going to get hooked for overtime. I think my overtime expenditure is relatively stable this year. Holiday pay, the increase in that is based on added staff. Earned time buyout, I'm comfortable leaving it where it is because new employees won't typically be in a position to be buying time out until they're into their second year or later. The employee benefits line shows the increase there again. Some of that is based on the town's projected increases, and the majority of it is adding staff. But I'll be the first to tell you, like I do every year, if you have a question with employee benefits, I'm something to be asking. The contract line, we were able to reduce that by about $1,400. One of the things is that the emergency reporting program that we were paying almost $2,000 for, the state of New Hampshire, which has been working on a program for 5 or 6 years, finally implemented that. So they have a program that is very similar to the program we use for the ambulance. That is no cost to the communities at this point. And my understanding is that, they have a 5-year contract. So the anticipation is that the state will pick up the cost of this program for 5 years. So it'll be no cost to the communities. What happens after that, who knows? But we should be good for at least the next 5 years. The hose testing shows a little bit of an increase in that line, and that's just because we have a little more hose to take care of. The ambulance billing contract shows about a $15,000 decrease. That's really twofold. One is when the urgent care closed in Barrington, that reduced the number of times that Frisbee would come out for a paramedic intercept for us. Probably around 40 calls a year. And the vast majority of the time when the paramedics were coming out to assist us, it was a Medicare related call. So they were billing the town. So losing that and looking at what we actually have spent this year, it made perfect sense to reduce that by around $15,000. And I have every hope that watching it next year that maybe that we'll be able to reduce a little more out of that line. Equipment maintenance stayed flat, vehicle maintenance stayed flat. Communications is a pretty stable line. I reduced the conferences and training line by $1,000. Part of that is because the state has offered a program for Fire 1 and Fire 2 candidates, in which if we put somebody in the class, it'll cost the town about $150. That is typically an $800,000 class, but the state used a lump of federal money to be able to, a lot of the smaller departments were complaining to the state that it was expensive for them to get people into a Fire 1 class, and without getting them into the class, they couldn't use them. So the state listened to this and said, hey, we'll try dropping price and see if we can get more people into the program and ultimately more firefighters. So that is a 2-year program, or it was into the biennium. So knows what happens 2 years from now. But that just made it, I was comfortable reducing that line for that reason. The dues and fees line, I dropped $1,000. We used to pay $1,000 a year to belong to the Community Mutual Aid Association. That association is in the process of disbanding. So that line is reduced to $1,000 because of that. The mileage line, I sat down to $1. It's rarely used, so I put the $1 in as a placeholder. It's if for some reason if I had to pay mileage, it won't break the bank. So I know it's not a lot of money, but it's just it made more sense to me because again, the last 3 years I haven't used it. Protective gear shows a $5,000 increase. Again, that was based on if we get 2 new firefighters, buying a new set of gear for them. Obviously, if I don't get 2 new firefighters, then that would be one of the lines we'd adjust. The equipment line took a moderate decrease, and again, I really looked at stuff that I felt we needed to do next year, and we were able to make a minor reduction to that line. And then everything else stayed pretty flat. The prevention line, I dropped $1,000. I get it. My budget as it sits right now shows a 25% increase. That's a lot of money. And, but again, my job is to see if I can convince you folks to give me all or some of what I need. Then we make adjustments from it.
I'd like to start with the ABC and then.
I think the materials that were provided show pretty much the responses to most of the questions we had. One thing is what the response
Shoot.
in terms of service.
Sure. So looking at the numbers right now, and it's hard to pull a number out of what the state did for numbers, but when I do a cross section and I look at the fact that today, right now, if we were at the station and the guys took off on an ambulance call, it was about a minute from the time of the tone to the time the ambulance was on the road moving, or maybe two. When on, like tonight, there's nobody there. So when you look at the average response time to get to the station and get moving is about 10 or 12 minutes. Whether we're trying to get in a fire truck and take off, or we're trying to get an ambulance to take off, it's about a 10 or 12 minute delay. So again, part of the thing of having 24-hour staffing and getting to the point where there are 2 people on staff, it's gonna be, we're gonna shave about 10 minutes per call off. Now, I'll stand here and say this right now, we have to understand that if you call for an ambulance, and I don't care if it's because grandma's, sick or, something worse, you understand that we've made the call for the ambulance or a fire truck, it's the worst day of your life right now, no matter what. And you want whatever service you need, you want, or the police officer, you want them in your yard right there. They should have been out in the street by your mailbox when you called. And I get that. And truthfully, 50% of what we do, for you to wait 10 minutes for the ambulance to come get you because, you've had a bellyache for a day and you just don't have somebody to drive you to the hospital is probably less of an issue. Or if your smoke detectors are going off at 2 o'clock in the morning, because that's when they always go off if you're sleeping, and you want us to come out, you've walked through your house and you don't see any smoke in your house. So for us to be 10 minutes to get to your house is less of an issue. But when you're having a heart attack or your car's on fire in the garage, which is attached to your house, now there's a little bit more of a sense of urgency. And 2 people aren't going to do everything, but you're exactly right, Steve. The thing is we're going to get people on the road a little bit quicker. So that addresses time piece of it, I hope.
I think from the chief perspective, we definitely need to have a service double responsiveness.
But how do we pay for it? Yep.
Can we get there now?
Yep.
The request, and we really not committed to doing it on the full blown.
Yep. And I think when I get to the next part of, when I talk about the staffing piece of it, I think I can make it quite clear to you folks.
You're happy with everything. Select personnel.
How's the dorms? How many beds are set up upstairs?
3.
And then firefighter/EMT.
Yep.
Is there any way for EMT on any of these positions
So
brought in from the ambulance?
So I addressed this in the budget committee meeting, and the answer, I guess, is yes. The problem is I tend to operate pretty conservatively, and I think I've shown over the years that I don't stand here and look at you guys and go, hey, I'm pretty sure we're gonna take in $500,000 by doing this, and and it turns out we don't do that. I tend to be going, hey, if we take in $100,000 or I project 100,000 and it ends up being $500,000, it's better. I see Medicare is in the process right now of doing a survey. They're making 2,600 agencies a year. Thankfully, haven't been picked yet, but they're doing an absolute true cost analysis to run that ambulance. And Medicare is sitting there going, the town of Barrington sitting there going, hey, we're paying that person and that person to be sitting there waiting for that ambulance to go out. And the cost is there. That hourly rate is there. If they're sweeping the floor, they're waiting for. Medicare says when the ambulance leaves the building, picks up grandma that we're paying for grandma and gets grandma to the hospital, we'll pay for that, and we'll pay to get that back to the station, but we're not gonna pick up any of them other costs. And I think what's gonna happen is Medicare is gonna come back. Right now, we get, if a Medicare patient doesn't have supplemental insurance, we get about $368 to take that Medicare patient to the hospital. And Medicare says you cannot bill that patient. If they don't have supplemental insurance, the town has to take that $368 and be done with it. Well, my fear is that, you know, if Medicare comes back and says, Barrington, you really should be getting $450 for that call, that'll be good. But if they come back and tell us that, hey, you really only should get $178 for that call, that's not good. So I think there's two ways of looking at it. I think you could take, when we're 50% of what we're doing is going into the revolving fund right now. And the other 50% general fund. So with that 50% going into the general fund, and we take in about $160,000 a year. So about $80,000 a year is going back into the general fund to help buy down the taxes. You know, from my perspective is that, you know, if we wanted to use more of that money to offset the cost of this, I'd stand there and say, then let's just full budget everything. Let the voters know that, hey, this is 100% of what it costs you to run the department, and 100% of what comes in for ambulance revenue, like everything else that's revenue, just goes in and pays it back out. But again, I just don't trust the numbers. And I think if Medicare stands there and says, this is what we pay Barrington, the commercial insurers are going to be right behind.
One more follow up. All these changes and stuff, the work schedule stuff brings up a whole other word to me. City, service of the city, there's almost cities are set up and stuff, and I'm not for or against it, but that's what the taxpayer is willing to pay for it. Services, I know the response time and all that, but.
So you're 100% correct. The state law says that we have to provide some kind of a service, but it could be something as simple as a pickup and a 5-gallon bucket of water. And that's what the 5 of you are charged with in the state of New Hampshire to make that decision. What service do you want? And you're correct in the fact that the taxpayers have to decide the service they want. And I'll stand here all day long. And the problem with that is I'll just I'll use Jim as an example. He's a young man. He would stand there and go, Jim, are you concerned about having a heart attack tomorrow? And Jim's going to go, absolutely not. Jim, what are the chances are that you think you're going to need an ambulance tomorrow? He's 9 feet tall and bulletproof, and the ambulance is not even on the So Jim would stand there and go, hey, if an ambulance can't get to me, they can't get to me. And Bannon or George will have a totally different perspective because they're standing there going, hey, I want that ambulance in my driveway before I call for it. So you're right, Dan. It's 100% of what the taxpayers are willing to pay. And the problem is, and I said this about police service a number of years ago when they didn't staff the overnight. I'm like, I don't feel any less safe when I'm sleeping. There's not a cop riding around Barrington. But one night I had to go cover a car accident, and they had to bring a police officer in that was on call because we weren't staffing at that time. And the ambulance took the person to the hospital, and the fire department stood there twiddling our thumbs, waiting for the police officer to get there so that we could call for a record to have the car removed. And all of a sudden that became a big deal to me because now that inconvenienced Rick Walker at 2 a.m. And now all of a sudden I'm standing there going, okay, I want 10 cops on 24 hours a day because I don't want to be inconvenienced. And that's the problem with the thing is because people go through their whole life not ever needing a fire truck or an ambulance or a police car. But then when something changes and they do that, then they sit there and go, now my perspective is a little different. So you're right. And that's why it is up to the taxpayers to decide what they want to pay. But we're going to add somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 condo units in around that intersection down there. Then they won't be a big burden on the fire side of the department. They have the potential ambulance.
Next.
I asked my questions at ABC.
Well, just on that last question you said, Rick, about it goes before the voters, it'd be almost the same thing. The older people will turn around and vote for it, yes, and younger people will vote for it, no, that's just my comment. The same. But the other point is that when we talked about salary, and Connor, I might need your help on this, is that if we take that 6 hours that we're gonna save over, is that gonna cause any problem with the IRS? Because before,
No,
talking ancient history,
yeah, no.
with the IRS, we put that in the bank, but we gave it to them to meet the staff afterwards, so they picked up their regular 40 hours continuing.
Yeah, no, so that's not an issue with the IRS. It's not an issue with the Department of Labor. It's a proven vetted thing all across the country that.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Question.
Select person Sakosha.
Even though I am younger, I would like the services to be in the driveway.
On your own, on your own.
For the record. And who knows about tomorrow? Every day's a gift, not a given.
I think you're 100%
Question that I had on some of the items you had mentioned, that with regard to the Medicare and then privatized insurance, what would happen if we just said, no, we're not going to accept your offer of $196 or $365?
Then
We're going to bill. I'm not saying it's ideal, but I'm saying.
yeah, so I don't know the answer to that. And I'll talk in generic numbers. We do about 750 ambulance calls a year. About 50% of them end up being transport. The other 50% either a lift assist, patient refusals, motor vehicle accidents that they don't need services. So we do about 375 transports a year. Out of that 375, about 55% of them are Medicare. So that leaves you the other 45%. About half of that are people that are insured by commercial insurers, and the other half of that is underinsured. And the problem with, and not to get too deep in the weeds, and they talk about, hey, we've got this mandate to have insurance. And a good example is they'll tell you that every university, you make all kinds of money down the university because they all have to have insurance to be a student down. Well, the truth of the matter is a lot of them have a very high deductible. The ambulance is one of the first ones. So there's a certain percentage, and the other side of that is that if you don't take that money from Medicare, right now, a number of years ago, the selectmen decided that we wouldn't chase our residents. Well, again, the bigger problem is that the vast majority of the people that are affected by Medicare are the people that would, if we didn't take that money and says, no, we're going to go after them, we're going after our elderly. So it becomes a problem, because I can tell you this, 10 to 1. If you got an elderly individual that is underinsured and got a bill from us that says you owe us X number of dollars, they will do everything within their power to make sure that the town gets paid before some other people will. And in many cases, then people can ill afford to do that.
Mm-hmm. I definitely understand the challenge. What I'm trying to look at is the flip side of that, where the insurance company now comes back and says, oh, no, we're not gonna do that. And I've played that game with the insurance company, so I get that battle.
I mean,
and I find the only way
you're seeing it right now, there's commercial insurers out there, and I refuse to this point, participate in it because it just irritates hell out of me. But there's some of them that'll come to us and say, if you'll take a contracted price, we'll make sure you get paid right off the bat. And that's the problem. They want to pay you pennies on the dollar.
Right.
It's like, wait a minute, you're not, when these people are buying your insurance off you, they're not doing that. So thankfully it's not very many, but there are commercial insurers out there that are trying to strong arm communities and services into that.
I understand that aspect of it, and I firmly believe that the more we can do to hold our ground on it, the better off not only we are, but our society is, because we're not just making some insurer fat and happy. The other item that kind of caught my attention on and I wanted to discuss was by shifting everyone to the EMS part-time hourly. A few years ago, we made a big change to get that per diem number up.
Yep.
And evolve that. And I feel like we're doing a little bit of like, we've got the little shells out in the ball and we're just moving things around here.
So it really is, you know, if it made sense to get that number back, if it made you folks more comfortable with that number back to per diem and reduce the part-time hour to a lesser number, if it got reversed, it's not a huge deal. Again, we look at it from the fact that when you look at a Department of Labor, per diem is defined as something that's not scheduled. And I still view that when I throw a schedule on, say I got a shift open on Tuesday, and you say, hey, I'm available Tuesday, I'll take it. But next Tuesday you might not be available. I viewed it as that. But when Connor and I sat and talked about it, it really made more sense that the truest sense of it, Eric Lindsay, John Janelle, or Tim, them guys, they only come in with don't. They're available. They have nothing scheduled. So that's more of a true reflection of what per diem is. So, yeah. But if you folks thought it was better.
Well, I guess I just want to make sure I fully understand the impact of that, because a per diem versus a part-time hourly from a benefits end could potentially have a significant difference.
So not for a municipality, not for what our requirements are, because even if Rick had we'll just use Eric Lindsay as a for instance, if Eric had availability in his schedule and started backfilling the part-time or full-time shifts, if he starts regularly working more than 20 hours a week, he's entitled to short-term disability and earned time, whether he's classified as a per diem employee, an officer, or a part-time employee. And so the classifications, and excuse me, we've been down this road some with our call members. Similarly, our call members,
and that's exactly where I was going with
yes.
this.
So that's nothing is changing there. But even if something did change there, even if we called those call members per diem employees, we have all of the same requirements that are already imposed on us by our insurers and by the Department of Labor. It's different, and job classifications have different impacts in the private sector. But back to your first question, and I understand anytime you move numbers between budget lines, there's a veil of uncertainty. So, and I do think that it's the right way. And like I said at the beginning, it allows us to be more transparent about where that money's going specifically in that wage and benefit area. But the only increase, the only change that's different than last year between the part-time and per diem lines is if you look in section 3, that second page again that summarizes them,
yep.
There's an additional 12 hours a week proposed in the per diem line with a total of 12,000 in wages and 1,800 in benefits. So the numbers are the same number of scheduled hours between part-time and per diem as last year, with the exception of this additional 12 hours a week. They're just in different lines that we feel more appropriately reflects where the wages are being spent and allows us to break it out, like I showed you in that wages and benefits, the second page of Rick's chapter, that shows the individual positions, how many hours, where the coverage is. And so, like Rick said, it's your folks' budget. If you want the numbers back where they've been, we can certainly do that. But to help provide the clarity, that the only addition is that 13.
Yeah, my concern is just that it keeps moving back and forth, and every time we're doing it to provide more clarity, but it never seems to provide the clarity after, and then it shifts back over and the amount increases. So it's this constant push. It doesn't always come out as clean and clear as we would hope. You know, and that's, we're taking 86 out of per diem, but we're adding 99 into part-time.
And I see what
That's
you're
a
saying.
13,000 difference. So.
Right. But that's what, see what I'm saying? How it's like, if you're not paying attention to it, it comes off as.
And our attempt is to be more transparent about it. I can see where you're sitting there, somebody that the casual observer looking at it, go, what are they doing?
Right. I mean, obviously benefits are what they are. The 51% increase or $80,000 increase hurts, but it is what it is. And then the EMS ambulance fund, one of the things that we were doing was we were staffing to make sure we had ambulance folks covering the firehouse during the off shifts. I know the weekends are covered.
So
And
we pay 36 hours a week in part-time wages out of that one. And I committed to taking 48 hours out of it during this budget cycle on days when, if I was able to get that, if I was able to staff at a full 3 people on the weekends. But yesterday, for example, there was 1 full-timer and then I covered 1 open shift and the 3rd shift didn't get covered at all. So when that happens, I don't take that extra 12 hours out of fund. I don't spend it. When that originally was put in place, the reason we had to look at it as EMS is because the state law was as an ambulance revolving fund, because the ambulance made that money, it had to be used for EMS. Law has since changed. But when John Scruton and I talked about that, what I would do is if the guys and if the people that were there that were in theory being paid through the EMS line, then if we went on them, I would throw a shift in every once in a while where I paid for it out of the part-time hours to make sure that if somebody were to come in and complain that, hey, you're paying EMS, you're using EMS money to pay for fire staffing and that's against the law, we could show them we were doing that. Thankfully, the state legislature changed the law and now says that ambulance money can be used for fire and EMS. So it's no longer an issue. So we still pay it. We don't have to pay attention to whether it's being used in the right hand or the left hand.
I guess my commentary on it is why are we not focusing on driving more of that staffing end in the interim? Because honestly, I don't think I'm not in favor of a $174,000 increase in the budget. But what I
hope the other 4 are.
You better hope so. But what I would see is if we know we have gaps, then let's focus at least on making sure that ambulance is available to roll out of the shop and get there. We might not have a fire staff, but I would, and I'm not saying that that's a perfect situation, but the medical end.
The medical side of our service is about 65% of what we do, and fire or combined calls is the other 35. So again, using a little bit more money out of that line, much like what Dan said, and the budget committee has recommended on a regular basis, it has no impact on, you don't have to use it for ambulance anymore. It can be used for, and you really, at the end of the day, we may get into a spot where I may have to go with a single certification. In other words, I may have to fill a spot because I can't get dual certified. I may have to consider filling a open hole with just an EMT. But at the end of the day, that's not in the best interest of the town to add single certified staffing. What is in the best interest? If tomorrow morning I had myself, a firefighter, EMT, and an EMT on staff, and we had to go to I'll pick a car fire on the side of the road, I can't take that EMT and use that EMT. The EMT's going to stay back. Now I'm down to 2 people going to cover that call. So that's really not a direction that we want. We don't want to head down that hole. if we want to take more money out of that and use it toward the staffing, but it should be dual certified staff.
I guess what I would look at on that is that there's an opportunity to where you can use per diem I'll use per diem in the term, not here, but
Yep.
kind of as the private sector would use per diem is you hire somebody on as a contract service per diem. Yep. And my take is if I were going to do that, I'd use that to fill my biggest gaps and holes where I don't have coverage.
But the problem is that part of the reason why I'm sitting here telling you that you need to hire full-time people, because you don't have the firefighter EMTs or just EMTs that are willing to come in and say, all right, I'll come to Barrington and work a 12-hour shift. They're a few years ago, you could have a waiting list of people to do that. Today, you don't have that. And that's really what's driving me to stand here and tell you that we need to get to 2 more full-time employees to have one person around the clock and then try to fill the other pieces in. As I explained to you, and I'll use the EMS side of it. So I have two individuals that are just EMS certified that cover 2 shifts a week for me on call. Both of them my age or older. My expectation is that the town has them for another 3 or 4 years, then they're going to leave. The bigger problem is there isn't a whole lot of people behind them waiting to come in. That's the problem we have, and that's the problem with, I would absolutely, it makes far more sense for me to stand there and say to you folks, let's turn around and let's offer $25 an hour to bring a firefighter EMT in. Or let's put some people on call and say, look, we're going to give you $4 an hour on call. And then when we get that call, we'll give you $40 an hour, because we're not going to pay retirement. We're not going to pay insurance. We're not going to pay holiday pay. We're not going to, in theory, that's a good plan. But if you don't have people standing there going, okay, I'll do that.
But have we tried it, I guess, is the hard part. It's like, we can say, yeah, that's great, but if we haven't even made the consideration to make that offer, because I'd much rather like overpay on it from that end and not have the benefits load that goes along with it, because it's a contracted position, much like the police department has done, with the sense that they work details and there's no overtime tied to a detail. There's no benefits tied to a detail. It's a contracted rate to go do that detail and that service.
But again,
not look at doing the same thing here.
But again, the problem comes back to is that getting people to, this is a problem all across the board. And in City of Rochester, one of the guys that works quite a bit for us had an overtime shift 2 weeks ago on Saturday. Now, in a perfect world, he would not, with 40 people on the roster, he wouldn't have been up for overtime for probably 3 or 4 or 5 weeks later. He got hit for overtime again the following week. And the probationary firefighters rarely ever get overtime in their first year in. And when I say the probationary ones, the ones that just left us, I mean, they're getting overtime, and in some cases, they're being forced overtime. So you're getting, when you sit there and look and go, you got a full-time firefighter in the City of Rochester with an overtime shift for 24 hours. So dumb number, that puts $600 or $700 or $800 in their pocket, because it's a 24-hour shift at time and a half. And they're refusing this stuff. And they're going to come to Barrington and do it for 30. And we don't have people in town. I mean, part of the reason that the town had to end up hiring full-time firefighter and then moving to hiring more firefighters was because we weren't able to staff our ambulance 15 years ago. And we were doing okay keeping a few of the firefighters around town. Well, you look right now, during the day, a regular day shift right now, I typically have a few days a week. I have Eric Lindsay around outside the shift that we have. And then I have two retired guys. One of them is, both well older than me, and they typically come in and drive. So we all depend on each other during the day. The town will leave, jumps and calls Barrington quick. We call Lee quick. We call Rochester quick. Rochester calls us quick because we're all fighting the same fight. And I don't disagree. I think that what the people, the problem is I can't have a Rochester firefighter that lives on the Milton Town line going, hey, if we get a call, I'll come in for $40 an hour. Because time you can get to Barrington, get on a fire truck, it's too late.
Half an hour late.
So you got to come up with something to get them to be in the building. And we're going to regionalize. We will regionalize. Probably not before I retire, but we will regionalize. And we're going to regionalize because not going to be enough firefighter EMTs to fill all the spots that we need to fill.
Andy, if I could, just one thing, it's come up a couple of times with the ambulance revolving fund. You remember last year, the budget committee kind of tackled that, put a kind of comprehensive proposal together about how to use those funds to offset other costs. The specific proposal was with the equipment replacement capital reserve, because as Rick said, which is true, there's a lot of variability in the ambulance revolving fund revenue. And so that would be a way that wouldn't be tied to staffing, so we might not have an issue. But one of the things Rick and I talked about is if we wanted to look at offsetting revenue to correct for some of the expense increase, the budget increase, we could take and commit the 50% that right now goes to general revenue. We could commit that to the ambulance revolving fund, which would give Rick the flexibility to pay for more staffing out of the ambulance revolving fund. It wouldn't cover a lot of it, but I mean that might conservatively be a $40,000 or $50,000 a year way to reduce that from the operating budget, conservatively put it in the ambulance revolving fund. But to that point, we'd have to consider the ambulance replacement fund, which kind of comes out of that. And that would be $50,000 that we wouldn't have in the general fund revenue, which would, go right to the tax rate that same year. So it's something that we can look at more if you want to look at other funding sources. But just let us know and we can crunch numbers and come back.
And again, it's using the term that Connor says all the time, the money's fungible. Right. Whether that money's sitting in there in the revolving fund, in the general fund, and helping to, in some small way, buy down the taxes, or you're giving it to me and reducing my budget's impact on the taxes, at the end of the day, it's still exactly the same thing. And again, my personal feeling is by putting it in this budget, and if people will look at the budget, it's more transparent than we're taking money over.
I agree. I think because what happens, what has the ability to happen, and I would hope that we as a board would not do that, is that it gets in there and we're like, no, we're not going to use it to buy down the taxes. We're just going to keep it all over here. And
right. It's
money that came in for that purpose of offsetting the impact of your department. And I would personally would prefer to see it utilized in that way.
And I think most people would, much like Selectman Mantra said, sometimes we have to, sometimes the decision of the voters is we have to decide for services and what's the cost of those services. And I don't, and all of us get to do that going to close and decide what we want to support and what we don't. And again, at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer that, we should be as transparent as we possibly can to say, hey, look, 20 years ago, 21 years ago, I took over the fire department, and I operated with a $65,000 budget, and now I think I'm around 66,000 now, but I think, you know, but you have to be transparent. The voters need to understand what it costs to keep their roads maintained. They need to know what it costs to make sure that a fire truck or an ambulance is gonna show up on the police officer, or what it costs to educate our kids. And then we do have to decide how we want to allocate them.
Any other commentary or feedback? I mean, there's a pretty significant staffing impact here, but we also have a conversation later in this to talk about staffing.
Do you want to talk about the capital reserve? What's left them, where they based on what we did.
We had that conversation. Set some numbers up. I think we got the agenda.
I mean, I don't have any. It's.
And we applied for an exhaust system grant for the public safety slide last Thursday, that we did not get that. We'll go back and see what we need to do there for.
All right. Select person there.
Could you utilize the fan systems there?
We still do. We do use that. But if you were going to build a public safety building today, for that, you wouldn't even get past the design phase system in the thing. We have carbon monoxide detectors in the bays. We use the fan. I'm not concerned that we have carbon monoxide detectors throughout the building, so that's not the issue of it. It's more the dust and the dirt and the crap and the carcinogen there. But again, my point was, I think at some point the town's going to have a system out when we can end up with a grant to pay for it. I think you guys had to have that. Today I'd be standing on top of the desk saying we got to have this.
We weren't concerned about COVID and exhaust. I mean, they sound like they're really connected. Okay, Kelly?
I have just one question. If you had to hire either a EMT or firefighter to make this work, you only had a choice of one, which one would it be, Rick?
EMT.
Thank you.
I think it's a waste of our money.
It puts the ambulance at the foot of the driveway.
That's just for you and me.
Yeah, that's right. I think.
You're absolutely right on that one.
Young person.
So if there's nothing else, the only thing that you see in the cemetery budget, we've asked for, I think, $1 increase. And really that was more placeholder. Every couple of years, what happens is somebody determines that they bought lots and decide that they're not going to die, so they don't need them. So they want to sell them back to the town. And by New Hampshire state law, the town's the only one that can buy them, and they have to be purchased back at what you paid for them. So if your family bought them 50 years ago for $25, don't come in to me and say, hey, I'm going to get $500 for it, because what we're going to do is write you a check for $25. But again, it happens every 2 or 3 years. And what we found is that we didn't really have a good place to take that from. That if an auditor stood there and went, what do you mean you wrote a check to somebody for $250 and you took it out of the electricity line? So we put $1 in there for placeholder so that, that we just have something a lot cleaner for the auditors to agree to.
What person there?
If you think about it, it's the best grills that you can buy.
You're not buying that real estate, you're buying a right to be buried there. You get
You're there.
a right of burial, you don't get a deed saying you own it, because you'd have to pay taxes. What you get is a right of burial.
That's the best.
Select Person Bailey.
Yeah. As you know, I've been asking about the app for registering who goes where, what have you. Is that up and running now, that system?
So talking about where people are gonna go, that's not part of that system. All you gotta do is come in to the town and we'll look at your lots and you tell us who goes
Yeah, 'cause
where.
I know when we bought ours, somebody else was planning on being put there, got sold twice.
Well, see,
But the system,
I almost got away with that.
like Jane said, she wasn't gonna have, what's her name on top? We're not gonna have that happen. But, is that system that we bought a couple, 3-4 years ago, is that up and running and keeping track of it?
So yes, it's up and running. Part of the problem you have with it, and it has nothing to do with the people putting the stuff into the system, is that the issue that arose because we tried to resell yours was based on the fact that the record keeping didn't, hey, we sold you these lots, and they didn't dot their I's and cross their T's, and that's got nothing to do with the computer program. That's making sure that the person is doing their due diligence to say, okay, we can't sell this.
The program is up and running.
Yes.
Yeah, if you go to the town's
Yes.
website, I did a demonstration a couple of months ago at a select board meeting, but if you go to the Pine Grove Cemetery on the town's website, you can access the system right from there, see a map of the cemetery, click into graves, do search records. And so we've had positive feedback.
That's good. I probably was down at Disney when that happened, so thank you.
And for the record, we're not trying to add staff to the cemetery.
Well, thanks for holding back on that. Do you want to talk about while you're here, the tricentennial piece?
Yes, so the tricentennial article it's going to end up costing us about around $14,000. Somewhere between $12,000 and $14,000 to put the fireworks display on. So we're hopeful that we'll have enough money, but we just want to make sure that we have enough money to do the fireworks. So that's really what that's for. And for the record, the Fire Association has taken on the task of being the nonprofit for us so that we didn't have to go out and do all that stuff. When the 300th is over with and all the bills are paid and stuff like this, then it's going to be our intention to come to you folks and go, hey, we've got this money, and the Fire Association no longer wants to have it. We got to do something with it. So what do we, it'll probably be something, one of the things that we've talked about is that we're interested in having a granite type marker out at the intersections as welcome to Barrington, and seeing if you folks would take whatever money was there and put it toward that, or it may be we sit on it till March voting, and then you go to the voter and say, will you take your money back? And we may have to do that in the form of a warrant article. and what percentage of the people are not. So
I figured you'd try and peddle it here as like some other fire need that.
Nope. We absolutely we'll give it.
Donate it right back in here as a fire need.
But we have plates to sell all you.
Where are my license plates?
They're in my office.
How long have they been there?
They get them at the town office too, so.
I've had mine for about 3 weeks.
The town administrator got the first one.
Yeah.
I couldn't show.
Do you have number one?
I have serial number 1, and it was an accident.
I thought the chair would get serial
Well,
number
I
one.
didn't know.
I see how it
He
is.
shows it
Town
to me.
administrator, how come we didn't hear
And
about it?
I handed my $20 bill, and then he's like headed out of my office, and I realized that he was just bringing around to like show
Yeah.
me that they were in and show me what they looked like.
He's my boss. I'm gonna tell him I had that.
I see how this all plays. I'm gonna be like, no, what's the last number you got? Cause that's the one I'm gonna end up with.
What are they, 20?
Funny.
All right,
Well,
digressed here.
This is another case
Back to
of not having the information, like conservation.
carrying on. All right.
Don't get me going on the
Off topic here, back to topic. Like, this was just supposed to be a very simple request on warrant article, not realize how badly I was getting boned on this one. So. All right. Thank you very much, Rick. Appreciate everything you're doing.
I think we're on appointment C, but subject to change with tonight's.
The way tonight's
schedule
agenda's
change.
gone, yes.
I move,
Appointment C is Andrew Melnikas for the planning board.
I move we accept.
Second.
I can tell you I've worked with him through the planning board, and he's thoughtful and engaging, and I agree.
And
Bailey, aye.
Koshak.
Nap aye.
thank you.
All right. Public comment. The first of two. It only took us 3 hours to get there. I believe the chief had something he would like to, has patiently waited to say for a very long time.
What am I doing, Tiff?
You're
like
I'm here already on.
You're live.
So as the chairman just said, I have 3 minutes. I'd like people to take note of that. I say that because all the meetings in town have rules. Board of Selectmen, school board, zoning, building, everybody has rules that we follow. We've reached a point in this town, unfortunately, where the chief of police has to sit up here in front of the Board of Selectmen, use public comment to say, if people aren't going to follow those rules, there can be repercussions. Furthermore, if we're taking things outside of the realm of these meetings, you could face criminal repercussions. So if you're one of the cowards in town that have attacked our public officials, take note of that. We will be investigating. We will be prosecuting if we can find who's responsible, and we will be bringing in outside help. I think I'm just shy of my 3 minutes.
Time left.
Yes, I guess.
More details on it? or-
Nope, I cannot.
Thank you.
I can't online, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
If anybody's participating virtually and would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand, enter a chat into the comment feature, or if you're on your phone, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. While we wait to see if anybody comes up, next week, I'm going to ask the board, it's in the rules and procedures that public comment comes after appointments. But especially during budget process, I think we might be better suited to move public comment up like right after the Pledge of Allegiance or after agenda review, just to get the first one right back to the beginning of the meeting. So if you have comments about that, send me an email, but I'll propose something next week.
I agree with that.
So we don't run into this where it's 9:15 having our first
I'd
public
like
comment.
to chime in.
You have a public comment?
Yes, I do.
As a member of the select board or as a individual?
Individual. I happened to swing by Smoke and Barrels last night and had some great food there, some great barbecue, and look forward to going back.
When did they open?
I'm not sure when they open. I saw a Facebook post, so I skated. I called them. They were open. So
I've heard good things.
They're also serving breakfast. We went by this morning and they had the open sign on early, so I don't know whether they're serving breakfast. That's how I should say that. They also had friends that went by there without inviting us to go with them, and they just thought it was fantastic.
And those are your friends, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Gotta see what my enemies do.
Yeah. All right.
I don't see anything virtually. Mr.
Nothing
Chair.
else. At this time, I'll close public comment. Staff reports.
The work anniversaries I went over, that's all I have. Thank you.
Right.
Please,
Do you have something on staff reports?
I do. We were given a project application for the land use department, and I had to recuse myself for it, but one of the statements on there, I would ask that the planning board have asked Connor to look into it. So I'm not saying that to you, Mr. Chairman, to know that I'm not bypassing the board on my request. The last paragraph on one of the statements that was sent from 2A Tactical LLC, I have concerns with the last paragraph with its comments and what have you, and I did ask that I want to look into it to ensure that it does not hold us to any other commitments. That's the best word I could use.
Okay.
Thank you.
Municipal officer administrator is all set. Okay, thank you. Old business, the fire staffing plan.
So as Rick comes up, you have two documents, and Rick really prepared these. He had an extra couple of weeks, and to help focus the clarity of, because it is kind of a confusing, this is another layer of the whole staffing conversation. I'm I'm glad that we have this opportunity because I think it gives us a chance to accomplish some of our goals in a creative way. We talked about it at length. And I can let Steve speak the specific aspect of it. But those two documents that were on your table you got here, that's what this is about. And also you have some, obviously you have some details in the 3-day report.
Again, not taking lightly the fact that to come in and to walk in with a 25% budget increase and again, I'm a firm that I put it out there. I'm the dummy if I don't put it out there. Guys will look at that and say, we should have asked for it, we'd have given it to you. So you ask for it, and if you don't get it. But that being said, I also focus on the fact that it isn't just the fire department asking for help. So there's a number of departments, and then again, now that falls back on to you folks to, you could very easily say, fine, we'll give the fire department everything they want because they're the best department in town. And
Be gentle. Be gentle.
but the truth of the matter is that we have to take and look at the big picture, and when you see in the proposal what I'm looking at here, and if you'll go to the proposed hiring plan, part of the problem we run into is that I'm gonna have one firefighter is being deployed in March. I've seen as close as you get to orders this early, and they've gotten their email to say be prepared that you're going to be heading out. They don't have George. You probably answered a little quicker. It's probably 4 or 5 or 6 weeks or before they go when they get the actual full order, right? But they've been served the email that get your affairs in order because it's likely you're leaving. He anticipates leaving the 1st of March. That puts me in a little bit of a pickle because if I were to wait and try to hire somebody to replace him, you run into 2 problems. One is that if you're trying to hire a full-time person, you tell them and go, hey, this is only a temporary position because you're replacing somebody who's on military leave and they're coming back in a year. They may take that job to get their foot in the door, but the first chance they get to leave, the bird in the hand. So, and then the other side of that is that if I were to have to wait until March town meeting, if you folks committed to allow me to have one of the firefighters, and I had to wait till town meeting to make sure the budget passes, I'm going to end up with about a 3-week window where I will only have one full-timer, and I won't be able to manage the staffing. I don't have enough part-time people to fill that hole. And then I have to start the process, which truly takes, you advertise for 3 or 4 weeks, and then you you set up an oral board process that takes a week or 10 days to get people to come in, and then once you get through the oral board process, you have to take they do a chief's interview, and then when you finally go to make a conditional offer to somebody, you have to go through a full background check and a medical. They have to do a complete physical. So really is, it can run into 2+ months to get them hired. So that's pretty scary to me. We would be severely understaffed. So the proposal I'm showing here is that we would, and it would get me to the 4 people I'm looking over 3 years, 2 years. So by allowing me to start the process now, by you approving hiring, agreeing to the 3rd person, my intention would be is to have that position filled by middle of December, the latest. We could absorb the balance of that person's position in this budget. I would have enough money in the budget to pay for that person for a few weeks or 3 weeks. And we would full budget that position. We do 12 months next year. So that would give us 3 people, 3 full-timers. I could, when my full-timer leaves, that is on leave, I mean, they'll be going away for the military, I would run about a 3-month window in which I would be just the same staffing as we have right now, 2 people. It would take me till mid to late May, assuming that the budget passed or you guys agreed to allow me to have the 4th person. There'd be no budget impact, but I would hire a person in May that would be a 3rd full-timer, but we would use the salary from the already budgeted position. Because that, we don't have to provide benefits for that individual, and we don't have to provide salary for him while he's gone. He's expected to return mid to late January of 23. The problem is, again, it goes back to is when I tried to replace him with somebody so that I'm where I need to be for staffing, you kind of have to have a commitment to say, hey, when he comes back in a year, you're still going to have a job. So by the time he comes back in 23, we would budget for 1 full person in 23. So from a budget impact, we would budget 1 person in 22, 1 person in 23. When he comes back in early 23, we'd have our 4 people and be able to move to that rotation.
Excuse me. A little dry here.
So there would be, I'd like to believe that this is a reasonable compromise instead of, instead of, and not fight, we'd have an impact of 1 position in FY22 and the cost of the 4th position in FY23. And rough numbers, it would drop my budget $90,000 probably for them.
So it would split the impact to the operating budget of adding the staff over 2 years opposed to doing all of it. And I want to clarify, start out by saying the budget committee supports this step of the process. I want to make it clear that the budget committee supports hiring the person now and adding that 1 position, getting us to 3 total. The budget committee supports this part of the process. The budget committee wants to wait until further in the process to make a decision about the 4th position, the 4th staff member, and when or how that could be accomplished. Is that right, Steve?
Actually, I think the budget committee was kind of mixed on the first additional hire as well. And didn't get into a lot of discussion with the group in this regard, but principle of hiring somebody on a contingent, yeah, you'll have a job later, is a very difficult situation that we face with. And what we said was, feeling, I think, is that I know in private industry, if I have a situation like that, and I have, I are saying that by the time budget is presented, you would know whether or not that final position would be there. So you'd have a window with that person that you're hiring of about 4 months where I can't make a commitment until that final budget day. But at that point, you'll know whether it's going to be a continuing position or whether it's going to go away following January.
So if I may, and I don't disagree with that, but having been in the business of hiring firefighters and understanding, or when I hired my first firefighter in 2007, it would have been, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you because I would have been able to stand there and say, look, you come in and work for me for 5 or 6 months, show me that, you know, that you're going to be an asset to the community. And there's a pretty good chance that you know, if we get through the budget process, that your position will continue beyond this and quite possibly go from a part-time position to a full-time position. That would have worked because there were so many people trying to get so few jobs that people would do whatever they could to get their foot in the door and hope for the best. And if it didn't work out and the job didn't stay there, then I guess I go back to whatever it was I was doing before. In the job climate we are today, we don't have that luxury. I'll stand here in front of God and everybody and tell you that if I have to tell an individual that, you know, I have a guy away on leave and there's no guarantee that you're going to have a job that comes back, they won't take the job. If they do, the first chance they get to go, they're going to go. And the way the fire service is today, it's absolutely totally different. I'll stand here and say that I don't know what we're going to do.
Select person there. I wish I had the answers of too, but if you count on our government today, is anybody ready to deploy? I don't know. They don't know what they're doing. They can't make up their minds that they're going back and forth and stuff. So all this is going to come to an end. As I said earlier and stuff. When the government starts throwing all this money around, it's going to be due someday. And people are going to be hungry because they're going to be starving, stealing and stuff. They're going to be working. The workforce will come back. Because we're going through a cycle right now. And I don't know if we can try to balance it out above my pay grade with EMT fund and then get everything you want. That per diem thing or whatever. I don't know. It's being creative. I don't know the answers. And I wish I did. But it's going to be hard for me to move it up around. At 23, so it's all going to come due. All this impact. And it's going to be a big impact.
And I get that, but so right now the guy that's going to be deployed, he's on 3 weeks military leave for military training. He left on a Friday. So I have about 5 people that one of my part-timers just took a full-time job in Belmont. She literally went up. To tell you the way the thing works, she calls me up, she goes, Chief, I got an interview today. She went up for the interview. They said, okay, we'll be back in touch. She didn't get back to her house in New Durham and they called her back, says, turn around, come back up here, you get a chief's interview. She spun around the road, she went up and got a chief's interview. That was on a Tuesday. Her first shift was Thursday. They hired her, says, you're going tomorrow to get physical and blah, blah, blah. That's what we're battling right now. And the problem is, and the reason I bring this up is, okay, I worked yesterday. I've been in this business long enough and paid my dues, and I'm not complaining about it, but the fire chief shouldn't have to work on Sunday. And I did it because that's what needed to be done for the town. I'm not complaining about it. But you folks need to understand that I'm getting to a point where in a few years I'm going to retire. And you know what? If I have to work on Sundays, I'll work on Sundays, and I'm going to do that. But we're coming out of motorcycle season. If we were, might only be one person there with an ambulance waiting for you. It's, I can't stress enough that, you know, if you do nothing else tonight, commit to my third person, let me start this process now, so that if nothing else, when I'll go into March with, when he leaves, I've got somebody, I've filled his position, and I'll take, and it's not the best, but I'll be at 2 for a year. When he comes back, I'll be the 3, but we really need to be the 4 again. I'm sincere. You know, it's less than 3 years now. I talked to you and said I had 3 years. Now it's less than 3 years because every day's clicking by. I'm retired in 3 years, and we have to fix this. We don't have to do all tonight. We got to fix it.
Person Bailey.
The individual is on his 2 weeks for training now.
3 weeks. 3 weeks of training.
He's on 3 weeks for training. So then he's coming back and he's going to go be called up on active duty in March.
He's supposed to be gone March 3rd or 4th right now. It was the last email that I got from his supervisor. That.
Okay, so that's going to be for a period of 1 year?
Yep, up to 400 days.
Oh, that's 13 months, yeah. Oh, 15.
Well,
I know that, but I was just asking.
He thinks it's going to be a 9-month deployment. He goes, it's looking like it's aiming toward a 9-month deployment, which we're putting.
The idea where they're going to send it? Well, I can't ask that. I won't ask that. I don't know where the hell he's going to go. So, now she's big. All right, thank you. That's answer my question.
So the other documented one, just so that you can look at it and understand that there's, assuming that we would get the full-time EMTs, but obviously, again, I felt that we could get to 3. So if you look at the second line on the proposed schedule plan for 3, the plan A would be, would require each one of the 3 firefighters to work an average of 56 hours a week over a 9-week cycle. Obviously, there's a cost associated with that. That's 42 hours of 3 people, so that's the cost of the 4th person. In a perfect world, in my little perfect world, if you took the nut and you did that right now, then it would, in 23, when you got up to pay the 4th person, it would be a considerably less of an impact on the budget. But the downside of it is that it leaves us exactly where we are today. That we'd have a big hit right now. But the likelihood is if I get the commitment to go to if we go with the plan B, is I would take the 3 full-timers, get up to the staffing of 3 full-timers, and they would work a 24-hour shift. And then I would take 2 part-timers, and where one of them would work a 24 1 week, or they'd each work a 24 when it came in on that week. So the 4th person would be filled by 2 part-timers. I'm not sure if that would be a straight up full 24 for that person, or if it would be 2 people each taking the 12 hours. So that's, again, that just so that you guys can wrap your head around a little bit of what the staffing models would look like. We've got a 3rd person.
So person.
So you do these 24s, 2 on, whatever, roll over 48 hours. Are you getting paid time after 40?
No, they get, when you put them on a 40, when you put them on that schedule of 42 hours, they get paid, and they get paid time and a half on any hours worked.
And that rolls over, so that's a straight time.
without doing it on a piece of paper would be hard to see, and I certainly can. On an 8-week cycle, they work 48 hours a week, 7 of those 8 weeks, and then on the 8th week, I take that back, twice that cycles through, so that they work 48, but they get paid for 42. So this week, they put 6 hours in the bank, and then next week they work a 48, get paid for 40 to put 6 hours in the bank. Then when it finally, it's not as simple as every 4th week you get that 1 day off. The way the schedule, because it's a 4 and 2 schedule, you might work 5 weeks before you get your 1 day, that pay period. So that 6 hours that you've accumulated through them 4 or 5 weeks is what puts the money in the bank to pay you for really that second day you're not working. And on the same respect, somebody on the very first week of that cycle only works 1 day, but they haven't put any time in the bank. So they're getting paid for 2 days, but it's going to be 4 weeks out or 5 weeks out. Money's there. So the thing with overtime is they would get, if you worked your 48 and we had an open 24-hour shift, that's where your overtime hit. They come in and do that whole 24. For me, with that type of a schedule, my intention would be is to only offer them a 12-hour shift, have them work the day shift, have them work the 12-hour. If I had an open shift, work the 12-hour day shift, and I'd fill the night shift with 2 on-call people. Because if I was going to get hit for overtime on 24-hour shifts, I'd have to have a $50,000 overtime line.
Well, and I think that honestly is my biggest concern, is when you look at how most municipalities are dealing with this with fire. Once you start getting heavy down this road of full timers, the overtime cost to staff becomes astronomical.
Right. Which is why, like I said, right now, we're still in the position, we want to keep our on-call people. Our on-call people are the backbone of the fire department, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that they come out at night and do this stuff. And again, the two people on duty can cover the ambulance, and them 2 people on duty can go to your house if, your smoke detector goes off or your carbon monoxide detector goes off. They can cover that kind of a call, but them 2 people can't handle a significant motor vehicle accident. They can't handle a working structure fire by themselves. They can't handle a cardiac arrest. That we do need to make sure that we keep our call people. And because we have an on-call program, and I didn't make any reductions to the on-call program, is because I want that program to stay in place to say, look, I'm going to offer this bone. I'm going to put this bone out there to say, hey, I still want you to be on call with the people that are here. And then, if down the road, you have to make changes, because you're right. The old kill you. So we have to take in either short staff or what you would call a, hey, we're not going to cover that overnight shift. We're going to cover the day shift. We're not going to cover the overnight shift. Fast. That's not the right way to do it, but again, to stand there and go, here's another $50,000 or $100,000, you're right. It's crazy.
Right. Your $600,000 budget very quickly becomes a $1.1 million budget.
And you don't want to run the call people out. We need to try to find ways to increase that.
Right.
And my call people understand this, is we're not adding staff because they're not good. We're adding staff because after a certain time at night, they won't come out. They got to go to work tomorrow. So, the people you'll see at 9 o'clock in the morning, you're not going to see at 3 in the morning. But the problem is we still have to deal with this at 3 in the morning.
Select Person Bailey.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I was gonna say, my general sense is knowing we have some leaving for military service, I support the idea of offering the position up now to get them in the door before somebody leaves. I haven't really made up my mind on how I feel about the next position and then the one after that, or the returning position, so to speak.
Yep.
And honestly, based on the schedule, I don't think that decision has to be made at this very moment.
I agree. No, the only decision we're looking for, and I think the remainder could happen at that November 1st meeting like we talked about. But to your first point about getting the person that's leaving replaced, that's all we're asking for you to make a decision about tonight.
I'll be honest, I don't even think November 1st is going to be, I think that's early in the process.
Oh, it
on
could
the
be.
other
Yeah, I
ones.
guess for this year,
Right.
if it's a decision for the 2022 budget, hopefully we can make it there. It's a decision.
I mean, I think what we're trying to present here to you, at least what my intention is to show that, hey, we've presented something in which the end result is that we would get this over 2 years. And you know, what's kind of tipping my hand a little bit more is that, you know, I want to show you folks that, yes, we have the budget full for one this year and full for one in 23. But if at the end of the day, you know, again, when you look at a 3-year plan, in my mind, we really have till the budget of 24 to meet the goal that I'm trying to meet. And, you know, maybe what happens is that we come back in 23 with a half-year position, that when the guy comes back from the military, he comes back in January, we're at a staff of 3. And, you know, again, I think you have the ability to, I'm just, when you're replacing people, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of replacing people. We're not in the market to say, I hope this works out beyond here. Where the market says is that when a person says they'll come to work for me, I have to reasonably, unless they're a real dodo bird in the town wants to hear them anyway, we have an obligation to take and make sure that if we want to keep them, that we make some sort of a commitment.
I believe we have to go into it with a plan. But ideally, my objective is not to saddle the next board, because if you look at 2 years from now, you're talking 3 different people, most likely on this board. And I don't want to saddle that burden with them, but I want to be mindful of that burden coming into it and then how to deal with it. The other piece is, I mean, if you asked me 2 years ago if I was going to be walking around wearing a mask in public and doing all kinds of other stuff, I'd have told you you're the craziest human being alive. And I would have been like, call for EAP because Rick needs help. And here we are on the flip side of that, where I don't know where 2 years from now is going to bring us. So looking at that, I want to make sure we're nimble enough to adapt to it and adjust to that as it happens. Select Person there.
I have the same thoughts and everything, 'cause I don't know, and I wish I did. But we cannot burden him. So I put your feelers out there and start working on it. Something's gonna happen. We gotta figure out how we're gonna make it happen. We gotta start somewhere. So.
Select Person Manchek.
Have a discussion, I was ready to make a motion, but.
I think Select Person Sakosha also wanted to do the same thing. Is there any other
I have
commentary?
a comment. I feel, right now, I feel like I'm being squeezed. I really do. But if we looked at it differently and we, just a consideration with no motion, I think that if we looked at filling the position that needs to be filled by March, Ms. Fella comes back with that one there. And then what happens is we look at the budget and we talk about the budget and maybe agree to that one person. That would carry us over for another year until we got up the other way. That would, come March of the 22, that would give us the 3rd person if he came back, or 23. but then it wouldn't saddle the next board that starts in 22 for the following budget year that comes with it for the 23. So, I mean, it takes care of the squeeze of the fellow that's leaving. And it also, instead of giving two, just give one, and then allow the next board to come on there and make the decision to put the fourth one in there. And I think that spreads it out, and maybe that would take care of partially what you're saying. So it's, you know, it just comes in increments then instead of bang for two. That's how I look.
Maybe I'm missing something here, because when I look at this, if we're hiring now, right, hold on, hear me out. We hire now, the gentleman leaves in March, and this person is hired in and is able to start and fill that role. There's a little bit of overlap there, but ultimately what's happening is they're filling a void. So we're at a net neutral through 2022. And if partway into 2022, or halfway through 2022 or whatever, we say, okay, we're willing to hire one more, which rolls into 2023, you actually could spread that burden out even farther, and then you would take that potentially a final hit, not until 2024.
That's why when I was saying that right now, the squeeze is to make sure that we're covered starting in March of 22, but at the same time, he's requested two, and this is only hypothetically speaking. So instead of giving him two, which would make it four, just give him one. So then when it comes to 23, after the 23 election, it makes the 24 year part of their job to turn around and discuss what they're going to do to make it the fourth person to come. So what happens if Rick leaves and the next fellow comes in and says, "Oh no, this is not going to work at all"?
That I'm not willing to go down the road of what happens 4 years from now, because that's
I understand.
a hat and a horseshoe. I mean,
That's right. It's a dead end road. That's why I said is to think about this one,
well,
get ready, and then give him one more off the budget that would start again in 22.
I hear you, George, but
Okay.
we're pushing the same daisies all over again. So I guess what I'm looking for is a motion. My take is a motion to hire for this one position, and that would be it in my take right now, is we're hiring for the one spot now that will be used as a backfill for the gentleman who has to leave for service in 2022.
Then put the rest of it forward for November, or November discussions that are coming up.
Well, we're gonna start.
Correct? So how I understand you.
Yeah, we can come back to the rest.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, we would, if you approve the motion tonight, we'd hire one person.
Correct.
So we'd be at three for a couple of months, hopefully. Then the individual gets deployed.
Aren't we at three now?
No, we're at two.
It's you,
Well,
then two other people. You do count in this. You are human.
so
You do work during the day.
again, that person, the person you'd approve tonight will be a permanent full-time position for the fire department. And then when the individual deployed, don't do anything different. If nothing changes after tonight.
Right.
That person comes back in late December or January of 23.
They would have their position.
They'd have their job, have three full-time.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
That's why in November, then.
Yep.
I move that we create one additional full-time firefighter EMT position to be hired in 2021 using funds available in 2021 budget and budget 100% for 2022 budget.
I'll second it.
Here, I.
Mancheck, aye?
Haley, aye.
Koschak.
Nap eye.
Thank you. I think that was really productive. That took a while, but I feel like the select board made an improvement.
So,
That fellow leaving really squeeze,
well,
big squeeze.
Oh, no.
I'm just,
Not really. It doesn't.
bigger squeeze is the job market we're in that's really what the bigger scheme.
And I think you'll see some transition in that, but you're a year or so away from that working out.
So for the purpose, so that I can go back and work with Connor and stuff like this, is it reasonable for put our numbers in for full for next year for that position? Actually, it won't be because that position will be absorbed, but so I should come back to you with some numbers that perhaps would there be money in the budget to potentially hire the, for lack of saying it, the fourth person halfway through the year.
No,
You're pushing right now.
No, you, no.
No,
Because
I'm going,
we're supposed to meet in November to
George.
discuss. We are.
You're not the
You just said
chairman.
so.
You're not the chairman. He
I
was
realize
asking me a question and you jumped in.
so
Please,
I just get.
I'm-
tell you what I feel.
what I'm trying to find out is what this board wants me to remove for numbers. Where do you want me to be in next year's budget?
and so the piece that we looked at is we've already given you a new person as of right now,
But will have no impact in next year's budget.
potentially. And that's the piece that that's the piece we still have to talk about in a later discussion, which is what we alluded to, we would talk about.
Well,
We can
farther
crunch
into
some
November.
numbers so you have good information for that conversation.
but it doesn't have one person. It has no impact on the budget.
Well, just
Well,
3 months.
It'll have 3 months of impact.
And my question was not asking, commit to anything. The question, if you were to come back, if I were able to come back and convince you people, and that's the reason I'm asking this question, if I were able to come back and articulate to you that, hey, we can hire that other person in June, I have to have money in my budget to do that. If I don't have any money in my budget to do that, then it's a moot point.
Well, you still technically have the money to do it. The problem is that would run out for you in January of the next year. Because that's when your other person would return, and that's where it becomes unbudgeted.
So what I think Rick and I will do is put some numbers together so you have good conversation points for November 1st with options, and we can get that to you ahead of time.
But I mean,
Because
you should be flat, is what the way I take away from this.
well, not flat, because there's gonna be at least 3 months of overlap, but.
Right.
I think it's like,
It would seem to me we need to budget, and then what we're going to find is we have a surplus into our budget here. But we need to budget for them.
Right.
For the whole. So, assuming we keep people we currently have, we're going to have a budget that will be one person over for at least 3 months.
Yep.
But we'll basically take that money back, even though our budget will show.
Right, and the budget will show a surplus. I agree, the budget's showing a surplus for 9 months. That's why I'm saying you would have the funds to cover it, but we're not offering an additional position on that.
No, and that's not what I was, I wasn't looking for a commitment to, I was looking for,
which one of the numbers,
where do I put the numbers? What do you want?
which I think we've, good clarity.
Yeah,
Select person there.
I think there's enough information there to follow up on. I think we can move on. I'm not feeling that good. I don't know.
Okay. Steve, ABC, does that make sense?
It does, because what I will work with Connor on is pro forma, something we're gonna be discussion in November of all the potential positions. And this additional third and fourth position will be one of the pro formas you'll look at along with other potential things. So we can make because we do have that slack of one person leaving, whose salary's already there.
Perfect.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I don't love the idea of fattening up a budget at the end of the year. That's not really what we should be doing as a board,
But I think we have to do it.
well, we don't have to do anything. We're making a decision to try and do what's in the best interest of our fire department. Thanks, Steve.
Have a good night, Steve.
Thanks, Rick.
But it's a decision that comes at a cost. And just to agree with you, George, it does, I do understand how you feel when you talk about getting back to it's.
Yeah, and the other way he explained it first time, was like he was already wanting us to commit to, another person that we were supposed to discuss. I wasn't trying to override you either. I do realize that. I know you're the chair, and I wasn't trying to not take that position away from you.
Right.
So I'm
Well,
not doing it.
Let's just make sure we're courteous and respectful of everyone's time and their positions on the committee. Moving on to number 7, we have our second and final public, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm off base here. It's because we've been hopping all over the place
New
here.
business B.
Yep, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to catch up my notes. Third quarter financial analysis.
You have the detailed report in your packet. I'm happy to answer questions. We remain in a stable and comfortable financial position.
So it looks like we're pretty much on par for the year with
We're
our
better than on
expenses.
par. Our expenses are below where they should be and where they have been, and our revenues are above where they should be and where they have been. We're 75% through the year, and the data that's in there, we've spent
7%.
67% of the
Right.
budget, and we've collected 81% of the revenue.
Mhm.
And so, yes, we remain in a comfortable position. Questions?
No, I would just like to make a comment that is, and this is a comment that spans many years, even some probably going back to before that I was on the board. If you look at the fiscal responsibility we've had and the work that's been done, it has driven good people to want to be in this town and make sure they do their part, and whether they like it or not, pay their taxes as high or as low as they may happen to be. But by us being responsible to drive down the rate, it means that effort is what helps drive that 81% collected and the very low delinquency rate that we see, as well as the fact that our revenues end up being up because we have a viable population that can afford to do the things that we all want to do. And when you look at the median incomes for Barrington, they have gone up significantly over the last several years. And fiscal responsibility is what drives people like that to want to live here. So just an ode to that. So thank you for the work that this board and our department heads do to be responsible about that.
Agreed.
So.
New business D.
Yes, salt bid.
So Mark has waited patiently. He's been on the whole.
Conservation.
Has been on the whole meeting. I will give brief introduction. So we're looking to award the salt bid. These are state bid prices from Eastern Minerals, Granite State, and Morton Salt. The recommendation, the cost is very similar, 74 and then $76 per ton. The biggest difference is, or 64 and 67. The biggest difference is in the terms. The terms for Morton Salt require us to buy 40% of what we order by December 31st, which Mark has grave concerns about being able to meet those terms. He's to talk to them about it. As a result, our recommendation, road agent's recommendation, which I support, is to award it to Eastern Minerals for $64 a ton.
67.
Sorry, $67 a ton. With this is Mark, because the price is going up so much, and because of the concerns with increased salt utilization, Mark will be working diligently with his crew to reduce salt utilization, reintroduce some sand utilization, and focus from a financial and environmental perspective to do what's best for our community. So Mark, please add to your efforts and recommendation anything you.
Okay, so this Morton quote while, it's $2 and change cheaper per ton than Eastern, there's a tonnage commitment in the quote this year that wasn't there last year. Aaron pulled the quote for Morton from last year, and there's a paragraph that's in there now that wasn't there last year. And basically, all I see when I see this paragraph is just a pair of handcuffs for the town. There's no way I'm going to stand here and tell any of you that we're going to be able to use 40% of that total quoted tonnage by December 31st, just for the mere fact that we have a full salt shed right now. 40% of the 3,000 ton that I usually order is 1,200 tons. I can't see us using that much, but we're going to get charged for it, whether we take delivery of it or not. So this paragraph bothered me so much that I called the customer service girl at Morton and basically kind of quizzed her and says, does this really happen? And she basically said, well, we don't know because the company's been taken over by a new owner. There's no history of how much the new company has worked with their clients as far as, are they sticking to this 40% by December 31st, part of the commitment. So I also asked her another question. If we fail to use the 3,000 tons, like before the end of April, I think April 30th, 2022 is the term. Do we get charged for the entire 3,000 tons anyway? And she says, yes, probably. So I am very uncomfortable with the tonnage commitment on this Morton quote. That's why I would have to say we kind of need to go with what we know. I mean, the Eastern quote is just very simple. We have to provide a tonnage figure to them for their inventory control only, but delivery and price isn't based on that figure. So I have to say in my mind, we need to go with Eastern Minerals.
I have a question mark.
Question mark?
No, a question for Mark. So
Yes.
yes, there is a question mark too. The question is on the Morton salt quote, and I kind of just asked Connor about this. It actually only lists 300 tons, not 3,000 tons.
Yes, and I asked them that question too at customer service. That figure there was just thrown in basically as a placeholder to start with. If you notice further down the contract, it says, do you wish to change the tonnage? Yes, no. I'd be saying yes. And when you request a change in tonnage, it has to go before the higher ups and get okayed. You got to give them a reason for the tonnage change, but that 150 of that is Blizzard Wizard, which is treated salt, which we wouldn't be using. So the only real placeholder there is 150 ton for the bulk safety salt, but that's just the figure they use to base the price on. That isn't the figure we'd be actually using, but
Right.
The price would probably be the same.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have enough capacity to store 40% of the salt right now. And then the secondary part of it is, even if you took delivery of it and stored it, the problem is you got to cover it so that it doesn't get wet and become half the pile that it would be anyway.
Correct.
Okay. I'm good with it. Anybody have anything else they want to add? Select person there.
Yes, the road agent has an interest, he stated up, and the conservation people are willing to take some of the support and stuff for him to utilize. So people got to realize it was a long drawn out winter, don't expect the roads to be black in the middle of the storm and stuff. Give them time to work. And the state is gonna start enforcing, I don't know if the town will, but the move over law, lights are on there. If you're tailgating a plow truck, you're gonna get a ticket from the state police. They're not gonna tolerate it anymore. And for safety vehicles, fire, police and all that. So I just wanted to know that the highway department has support from the conservation people. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Person Sakosha.
I'd like to make a motion to award the 2021 salt bid to Eastern Minerals at a price of $67 per ton.
Second. Bulk roll salt. Seconded by Select Person Mantrick. Roll call vote.
Yeah, right.
Mantrick, aye.
Haley, aye.
Sakosha, aye. Nap, aye. And apparently Connor has good news.
Oh, no, that was more good news that we're progressing the meeting. And nothing changed with the game.
Oh, okay. Select, yes, select board reports.
Well, you know,
Conservation supports a lot of things.
right? And they're very active on that. And they even sent a nice letter to the board and stuff. So I handed it out. And the town lands stuff, and they're going back and forth. We've information, 6 or 7 questions coming through the town administrator to the board. The 25th,
I believe so.
if he shares it with us. I don't know.
All right, Select Person Mantrick.
School board, did the mask mandate. They're gonna check it again tomorrow. At the next meeting, the population, the school population on the 1st of October, which is the magic number, is 1593, maybe 94. I think that's up. I don't remember exactly the number from last year, but that's higher. As I said, the school board meets tomorrow. The transfer station committee met. They propose and will propose formally, we'll vote on it next meeting, that the transfer station be closed on Christmas Day, which is Saturday. It was a tough vote, but it came through. And then they're going to stay open longer on Tuesday. They're going to open all day Tuesday, 8 to 6, whatever that hour is. And then they don't have a proposal yet for.
The other item I wanted to ask that you folks bring up is we had gone to, when we had our summer hours of Tuesday and Thursday, we extended Thursday till 6 o'clock, which was great as a person who needed to go to the transfer station after work. But now we're back to the 1 to 5 o'clock, and till 4 on Saturdays, which means folks like myself who work until 5 p.m. cannot make it to the transfer station.
It's open till 6 on Tuesday.
Tuesday? I thought it was
We didn't change-
Thursday.
We didn't change it Thursday.
Oh, okay, then thank you for keeping it at 6 p.m. for Tuesdays.
And say what they propose is that Tuesday after Christmas is they open 9 to 6.
Yep.
Instead of 1.
And then we'll think about first proposal. Teaming with sharing information with the Conservation Committee, teaming with the Rec Department for roadside cleanup on a monthly basis, the roadside club.
Yeah, I saw
About an
that
hour
on
on
flyer.
Saturday.
I saw that on a flyer.
Yeah, it's an hour and hour. And they also working with the Rec to collect the sneaker program. Rec has a
Library.
library, I apologize. The library has that. And that, you can leave your sneakers at the transfer station. There are now two book bins. They filled the other one so quickly, and the textile bin is there. And let's see what else. Oh, there's a new sliding gate station.
So I can't go throw my sneakers up over the power lines anymore?
Exactly. They actually want good sneakers there, so not terribly used sneakers. And then you have the notes for the budget. For the advisory. They will also meet tomorrow. Consider police.
Alrighty. Select Person Bailey.
Thank you. Now that the library has finished their budget, I will go back on a regular basis to with the CBA tomorrow. There's a walkthrough tomorrow. One of the cases from the ZBA, and I'll be walking through that tomorrow, and the ZBA will meet Wednesday, so that'll move forward. About all I have.
Select Person Sakosha.
So, to talk about the rec, I actually swung by today. The floor still looks really great. Fall sports, they're coming to an end and winter will be starting up. There's also, I believe tonight was the first interview for a general contractor to come in and make a couple of firewalls for the rec department, separating them and the library. Also in my report, I would like to address some miscommunications about last meeting. I would like to formally inform the board and the public how I like to run my select board meetings when the chair is not available. The board and the public have access to materials and the agenda prior to actual meeting. Yes, sometimes people don't get a chance. Most of the times they do. This also allows time to get questions answered prior to the meeting. With that being said, I expect members to come ready with a decent idea on how they will vote. If they are unsure and would like to hear the board's voice, please do ask questions. But when it feels like when we do derail from a topic and head towards what feels like a forever rabbit hole, I try and avoid that. I also like my meetings tight and squared away. Also, it appears Mr. Bailey has some questions about myself and my business. Mr. Bailey has identified 2 10-by-20 shipping containers at my house. I would like Mr. Bailey and the entire public of Barrington to know that one container has a Sleep Number mattress, youth football equipment, and fireworks in it. And the second one is full of my grandfather's and grandmother's belongings that were left to me. That is all.
Chairman.
It is not your turn at this moment, so please refrain. You will have an opportunity toward the end.
Thank you.
Right now, it is my shtick.
And my general comments are, the technology committee met the other day and last Thursday. They're all running together at this point. We reviewed the items that we voted on earlier, or that we discussed, we did not vote on, we discussed earlier for the technology related to voting. We had a pretty long discussion on some of the budget needs relating to the contracts with our technology provider, and we talked a fair amount about the phone system for the police department. With the understanding that what we're getting through our current phone system, not even phone system, it's our IP voice over, is that the best way to describe it? Is not meeting the needs of the police department. The irony of it is I was on a work call today with the State Department, and again, same thing, through a voiceover system, they kept cutting out and I couldn't hear them. So I can understand the frustration that somebody calling the police department may have with regard. Because I kept having to repeat myself over and over and still couldn't get it all out. So that's the extent of that. The second item, the planning board is tomorrow, so there'll be more on that. And the third item is we all voted Mr. Sakosha as the vice chair. It is his job to run the meeting if I am not here, and run it in accordance with what he sees as appropriate to move everything along while being mindful and respectful of everybody's opinions, knowing that this is a 5-member board. and a 4-member board when I'm not here. So I appreciate if everybody gives him that courtesy to do that and run that appropriately. We have run into issues in the past where Mr. Sakosha brought forward the contents of his shipping container to me, and my response was, I don't think you need to share that. That's no one's business but your own. He chose to share it anyway, but he does not need to do that. If there's a problem with it, I would expect that anybody on this board would address it directly with another member on this board. And the fact that 2 of the members of this board are individual proprietors of their own business in town, and I work for one of the largest employers, if not the largest employer in this town, that there, from time to time, there may be things that are viewed as conflicts. If they are, I would appreciate if everybody would give everyone the courtesy of directing it directly to them for it, and not beating around the bush or going behind anybody on it, just from the standpoint that we all work together, we all know how to get a hold of each other, and we are here as one unified board for the people of Barrington. And that is all I would like to say.
Just clarify, Jim, that you're writing in there, that was the thing you just said? You put that
Correct.
up? Thank you.
Do you have something you would like to add, Mr. Brown?
The only thing I will add is that our meeting has been governed by rules of procedure the Board of Selectmen have put forward and have approved. And all the procedures are in there. That's all I have to say. As far as the containers, I was told by individual the containers were there, and that's all I knew they were there. And I have nothing else to say about it. If Mr. Osha took offense, I would have appreciated it if he would let me know he took offense. If no offense intended, excuse me. So that's the way it is. And when it came time to the disruption of his meeting, I did disrupt his meeting, and it won't happen again. Both ears and to Vice Chair.
Very much. Anything else?
Public comment?
Final public comment? Did you have something of importance to add, Select Person Ed?
I have
Public comment, then I will allow you the first stick at public comment here.
All right. I'm not gonna go on, but today I went and gave proof of insurance to the rec, and then I registered to celebrate on Saturday. So I hope a lot of people come out and bring the kids, have a good time. I'll be a poor farmer, nothing new.
Candy galore.
That's it.
All right. Is there anything coming in for public comment? I don't see any hands raised or anything else. Am I missing anything?
No, if you have public comment, you can raise your hand or chat feature. If you're on the phone, you press star 6 on your cell and speak up. Let the chair know you'd like to speak. I see nothing coming forward at this time, Mr. Chair.
I am closing public comment then at this time. And, I am looking to make a motion to enter non-public for the purposes of personnel and legal. What would you like to add to the?
I had one okay before I had two, and another person.
So it's all under personnel and legal. We'll be entering non-public at this time. When we come out, if we have anything to announce, we will announce it. Otherwise, we will adjourn the meeting at that time. Do I roll call vote?
Here I. Sure, guy.
Haley, aye.
Sakosha, aye.
That by.
Who was the second?
Oh, I thought select person there second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Same vote.
I thought I heard him say second.
back live.
Good evening, welcome back. We've completed our non-public session. We discussed personnel. We have nothing further to discuss, and I would make a motion to seal the minutes of our discussion from non-public to protect reputation.
Here,
Seconded by Select Person Mantrick. Roll call vote. Aye.
Sakosha.
Okay. Nap aye. Everyone has voted aye in sealing the minutes. Motion,
I'll make a
Adjourn.
motion to adjourn the meeting.
seconded by Select Person Mantrick. Roll call vote.
here,
Aye.
Aye.
Sakosha.
Nap aye. Thank you very much. Everyone have a wonderful evening.